sending to the manufacturer minute by minute the configuration of the space where I live. iRobots, that is the small Hoover, is the most important detector of the spaces and the change of the configuration of the spaces where we live. You see the maps, no? So he knows every moment what I'm doing, where are my chairs, how do I move my table. And this is important because he's controlling my home. So I hope that all of you have seen the animation movie Wall-E. If we continue in this way, the spaces will be less and less aimed at hosting our body and our emotion. And more, designed to be inhabited, lived by robots and machines, cyberspaces, post-human spaces that have become, and they came out from literature and movies and video games and become reality. They live, robots and machines, and we watch. So where is the present? I ask it to myself. Of course, in the era of COVID, it was clear, we understood that the addiction to internet is the effect, is not the cause, is not the reason. We live a big amount of time in internet, in front of the computer in a passive way, because we want to react to spaces where we live that are absolutely inadequate to our ambitions, our aspirations, no? Spaces that mostly have been designed maybe 50 years ago in Europe, centuries ago. We live in spaces that are not at all contemporary to satisfy the desire of ubiquity, the multi-present, simultaneity offered by our digital life, let's say. And another important exploration into the time is related to movement and mobility. The idea of time is not only the result of network, but also of the extraordinary revolution and innovation in the transportation systems. Mobility is not synonymous with travel and movement as in the 20th century, because we have lost the third dimensions because of the speed. We lost the depth. We have begun to measure the distances in time, seconds, minutes, day, hours, by breaking the alliance with the space and tightening one with the time. So movement is not anymore synonymous of mobility, because we move inside, we do not move. What is moving is the train, is the bus, our car. And so the physical space has lost our interest. No, this image is very clear. Every day when we are in the transportations, people are not traveling, are not watching the other people. What do we do during the transportation? During the commuting, we chat. We use the social media that makes our lives asocial, not social at all. The overuse, redesign of this social media, redesign another sense of proximity and present. We are not close to our friend that is physically there. We are close to someone else that is located in another space. So going back to Wall-E that I really like, we virtually wander around the spaces without taking a walk, without even being present inside it, because present is absent. And specifically, this image that comes from Wall-E is very interesting. Now you see the destiny of humans to be fat, to move on a wheelchair, very comfortable, to drink a smoothie all the time, and watching something in front of a screen. Specifically, this image is very nice because they are impressed by watching on their screen the view of a pool, an amazing pool. But indeed, the pool is in front of them, physically there, but of course they are attracted by excitement of the video. So when is the present? The distances between points of the real world are continuously reset by market and logistics that make every city more proximate, more close to its users, wherever they are, than to its own real citizens or neighbors. Space under the many form of time bends the form, modify the Cartesian geometry that have designed mostly the spaces where we live, and we lived for thousands of years. So spaces and space and buildings became a gigantic machine of synchronicity, a clock, where real and virtual have to engage to make a new ecosystem, So the web connection lead us to a continuous time, a time à la carte, as the French used to say. And we had continuously to fine-tune it, as was for this conference. The organizers, they know very well how it was complicated to set up the agenda of all the speakers. So the most complex exercise for designers, and not only for designers, is time tuning between people and places spread around the world. This is a place I love that is in Xi'an Airport, this nap bedroom for sleeping, for having a nap. Quite interesting how to fine-tune the time of your landing time with the new time in China where you arrive. So how is the present? This is very interesting because in the compression and expansion of time, which humans has always done to be more efficient and allow maximum productivity, we all have become like chickens in intensive farming, where an artificial sun rises and sets with completely unsustainable program to produce more eggs, them. So from inhabitants, we have become consumers of places whose sensory and time experience is distorted, deformed, seduced, enjoyed, amused, even if we have to force and to compromise our circadian rhythm, our natural rhythms as humans. And we became not normal consumers. We became overexcited consumers, affected by an emotional bulimia to feed continuously. So we are not able to enter in a mall, in a shopping mall, without to have boom, 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 amazing music or stroboscopic lighting. All the artificial spaces we design or where we live mostly are very overexciting. And every place is becoming a frame for taking a selfies. So real spaces are emulating digital spaces. And every space, every place is becoming a frame to be posted, to have the maximum number of likes. I found this Instagram design guide in the internet that is quite interesting because the clients, the customers in hotels, commercial malls, they ask to designers to follow the rules, to have in the places many rooms or lobbies designed in order to be Instagrammability, to be Instagrammed. So the places are designed not to be lived, but to be pictured. So, going to the end, what should be the present to design futures? The COVID has allowed many of us as teachers, especially, to enter the homes of our students. And our students are the ones who are those who will live that future. And we conducted an exercise asking them to design the futuristic set where they would live in the future. And you see the part is where they really live, their bedrooms, their kitchens, their studios. And under, you have their vision of tomorrow, the place where they desire to live. Mostly they are fake place. They do not fit exactly on the place where they live, because probably they live in spaces designed in different times. So the places where they live, they do not fit at all with their real desired life. Especially, except for Selim, he just arrived in Italy in his room, and he liked it very much. He dreamed to arrive in Italy, and when he arrived, he said, "This is my future, the present." So I have to admit that all the critical points shown during the presentation indeed are for me also incredible opportunities if we will manage them correctly. Time-based design innovation will develop the next design futures if we can raise awareness in the university where we all teach to do something. What? So primarily to force schools to experiment, to get out of the museification of knowledge and to expose ourselves to be inclusive, to teach methods and discard the notions of which the web is an undeniable shop, to teach how to ask the right question and not just to formulate the easy answers, to drive markets rather than serving them, to make learning available 24/7 so that everyone can attend the classes according to their rhythm, to their time, and to their time zone. To bring into play training modes based on collaborations and not on competition. You have to know that our students, they are digital native and they know better than us as professors how to use the web. And this is very important because it's the first time that the generation of students, they know things better than their professors. To educate the body, the senses, and all the physical and mental qualities in the most varied trainings. To redesign the spaces of this extraordinary flipped extended classroom for phygital students. To expand the present into a rhythm of conscious time. To build real proximity, shared economies, open knowledges. But all these will happen if we manage to take on the role of not leaving anyone behind, of pursuing programs of social and cultural equity aimed to everyone of any age, gender, and origin, because studying and learning will be in the future the new and more sustainable form of work to aspire. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Baba. Maybe let's come to the next, the panel. Okay, let me sharing the screen. Okay, thanks, Barbara, again. Thanks for your ideas on time-based design. It's very new ideas, I think. Next, let's come into today's first panel, panel 3, Futures Trend, which will be moderated by Dr. Xue Haian. Xue Haian is the postdoctoral researcher of Delft University of Technology. Now let's welcome Dr. Xue to chair the panel. Dr. Xue, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Xiaxing, for the very short introduction. And so good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the International Conference on Design Futures 2020. The session will be Futures Trend. And my name is Xue Haian, and I'm a postdoc researcher and assistant professor soon to be at Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands. So I have a background in industrial design, and I have worked as a design researcher at Aalto University in Finland, where I got my PhD, and also several other design schools in the UK and the US. So as you can see, I've been to many different cultures and lived there and worked there. And one of the benefits over the years, I think, is I got to observe people. I got to observe internationally a group of very creative people. And one of the common things that we share as designers and innovators everywhere in the world is we all keen to foresee, to imagine, to create the futures. So it is perhaps because the change yet to come may make today's problems irrelevant and therefore make some today's design efforts like fruitless. So meanwhile, some new challenges and opportunities for design will emerge with these new challenges, with these new changes to come. So here with me online is a group of extremely inspiring experts on this topic. So we're physically located across the world, but thanks to the technologies, we're able to virtually gather here to share our thoughts. So now I would like to introduce the very first speaker of this session. Yes, the first speaker of this session will be Arnold Wasman. Arnold Wasman is a founding principal of the innovation consultancy Collective Invention based in San Francisco and the chairman of Idea Factory in Singapore. He has served as a vice president of design for several innovative corporations such as NCR, Xerox, and Unisys, and also the dean of Pratt Institute of School of Design. So welcome, Arnold. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. And my picture is okay?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think Anna Barbara said all the great stuff, so I think I'll go to bed. I'll see if I have anything that is more interesting to add. I really enjoyed Anna Barbara's presentation. Let me share my screen. Always easier to say than do. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see it. There's a blue square in the middle, the black background.
Right, and a magic green dot in the middle. I don't know why it's snapping off. Well,
is it your first slide?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, too soon. I'm not sure what isn't working here. I'm sure.
So it's the 76th slides of your presentation.
Yeah, right. Well, that's what's supposed to be here. Stop share, screen sharing. Sorry about this. Well, this is not working for some reason. I've used this a lot before, but...
So it doesn't work, or it works but can't be click.
Yeah, it doesn't...
Perhaps we don't have to have the full screen. You don't have to play it. You can just put it into the frame.
Yeah, it's a way.
I think I know why. I'll try this again. Huh. Okay. And I've got an overlap here for some reason. Okay. Because we're talking about design futures, I wanted to talk about the first design futurist I ever met. This was Ian Wilson in 1965. He was a futurist for General Electric Corporation, and I was designing consumer products for General Electric Corporation at that time. Ian was part of the founding generation of the future strategy field, many of whom came out of Pierre Wack's organization at Shell Oil Company, or SRI, which is Stanford Research Institute, or the long tradition of military wargaming. Ian published a book in 2006 called the Scenario Planning Handbook, which I strongly recommend. It is a keystone tutorial of the field. At General Electric, Ian's focus was on atomic energy power plants. This involved traveling the world, visiting countries that might be potential customers for GE's atomic energy power plants. And his job was to figure out what were the social, cultural, economic, political, or technological factors that might enable or inhibit a country to adopt nuclear power generation in the future. With this knowledge, then General Electric could better target where to invest its future marketing, sales, and lobbying efforts. Well, I said to Ian, I said, you know, that sounds like you're trying to predict the future. Can you do that? And he replied, no, don't try to predict the future, because you will be wrong. What you can do is work to understand the forces that are likely to drive change in the future, things like this, and align your strategies along the pathways of those forces of change. That means you have to spend your life scanning for what they call weak signals or early signs of these forces and of their vector and their trajectory and their momentum. Now, this made me begin to think about, well, that certainly isn't the way I think about the future. How should I think about the future? Well, most designers think about the future in the way that other designers think about the future. We're sort of in this talking to ourselves in a kind of an echo chamber. And I didn't know other ways to think about the future that weren't designer ways. I mean, I never, until I met Ian, I'd never met people who were experts in the futures field. I'd worked with engineers and marketing people, but not future experts. So, I thought maybe I should expand my repertoire of thinking. And when I began to look at what are the different ways of thinking, and this became quickly very daunting because there are lots of ways to do thinking. And I knew none of them except this design thinking stuff. So I thought, I guess I better work with other people who have that expertise, because I'm not going to become an expert in all those fields. So in all the work I've done since, I've tried to make sure that our projects involved many minds and many voices and many languages other than design. And I think that this evolution, this is my little chart from the day when I began practicing design and what has happened since, the extraordinary evolution and expansion, scope, scale, and domain of design. I think most of it, as I look back on it, has come about because of people who weren't designers, because we hung out with people who knew something about these other fields of practice and had these other expertises. And I think that is what has enabled us to move design from being artifact-centric to human-centric to socio-centric, from focusing on things to people plus things to complex socio-technical systems, and from intuition, which was that was where I lived when I began design. It was all intuition. We've moved to insight, farsight, foresight, and topsight. In my organizations, the Idea Factory and Collective Invention, these are just a few of the other voices and domains of knowledge and ways of thinking that we incorporate into projects. I'm usually the only design guy in our projects. These are some of the organizations, the private corporations, civil organizations, and governments worldwide that we do our work for. But this is sort of our big project at the moment. It's my big project. I think it's all of our big project. And that's the world's biggest design futures project. This is World 4.0. Now, to locate ourselves, we went from World 0.0, something like 4.5 billion years ago, to this about 400 million years ago, and then 25,000 years ago, and now we're here, and also here. Now, back in 1987, Hardin Tibbs, a futurist, took a look out, and he saw the early signs and weak signals and the vectors and the trajectories of what was happening around him. And he said, sometime around 2015, 2020, we're heading for crisis and global collapse, unless earlier in the 2000s, we voluntarily or spontaneously transform toward a post-physical growth economy. Well, of course, we didn't. And he says, okay, he said at that time, okay, we will have one last shot in the 2015 to 2020 timeframe to recover in a vector toward the post-physical growth economy. Now, it's true that, since the beginning of the Anthropocene age, well, not the Anthropocene age, but sort of the age of human impact on the Earth, there definitely, by almost all measures, has been an improvement in the quality of life. But this has come at a cost. And the demand for stuff that has permitted us to improve life and the supply of stuff are crossing over right now. We are at this juncture point. So we just can't keep on this way. If 9.8 billion of us are living on Earth by 2050, we'll need somewhere between 3 and 4 planet Earths to support us. And you've all seen these charts of as everything that we use goes exponential along with our population. And the bill has come due in our lifetime. World 4.0, what is it? Green, smart, learning metro regions. We've seen myriad portrayals, enactments, stories, fictions, forecasts, foresight that show us things like this. Green, smart, learning metro regions where 70% of us will live by 2050. That's only 30 years from now. It's barely a generation. You'll all be alive. Everybody, just about everybody watching this will be alive in 2050. So that's what we expect to happen. And we need 50% of the Earth to be rewilded, or else we're just not going to have the stuff that's required to support ourselves on Earth. And the rewilding of half the Earth is proposed by both biologist E.O. Wilson and David Attenborough. They asked this question: is systemic change in motion? Is a new regime emerging? They suggest that it can only happen if there are strategic innovation partnerships made up from consortiums of cross-sector, public, private, civil, and international organizations. Those are the kinds of organizations that my colleagues and I are working with. Now, we've all accepted, it's universal now, that the 17 UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, are sort of the baseline for the goals that we have to achieve by 2050. And that's great. And the 2019 report is excellent on that subject and is required reading, as is the 2020 report, which gives particular emphasis to the COVID-19 setting within which we're trying to achieve the SDG goals. This call to action from the 1919 report is one of the best call to arms mission statements that I've come across. It's really well done. I suggest you look at the 2019 report, and this call to action is at the very end of the document. But the UN SDGs is not the only game in town. And you won't be surprised to know that the UN is the main engine of progress in this domain. But you might be surprised at some of the other coalitions and the other engines of progress. We've been doing a lot of work with the World Business Council for Sustainable Development in developing their Vision 2050. Now, WBCSD was established in 1992 and was, in fact, much of the template on which the UN SDGs was built. And it's made up of 200 CEOs of the world's largest multinational corporations. The working subgroup of that organization has created something which they call Vision for 2050, a map that's strategic milestones that we have to meet to achieve sustainability by 2050. These are some of the member companies. I won't spend much time on that. This is their mission statement. You might be surprised to see this coming from 200 world CEOs. Business as usual cannot get us to sustainability or social prosperity. These can be achieved only through radical change starting now. I suggest that it's required browsing to look at the WBCSD website and open some of these reports and look at the work that's being done there. Now, you can't get anything done with 200 CEOs in one room, so we've had to break it down to working subgroups. And these are some of the corporations, just about all of which you will recognize who are doing this work. They created this, we didn't do this, my organization did not do this, but the WBCSD people did do this. This is the pathway toward a sustainable 2050. There are smaller charts than this, but there actually is a wall size one just about this scale. And on the left side are the main pathways that they have laid down as the tracks on which we have to make progress toward 2050. And some of these overlap with the SDGs. Energy and power, buildings, mobility, governance, agriculture, so on. On the right are the measures of success for achievement by 2050. And those backward looping black arrows are identify the potential obstacles or inhibitors that will have to be overcome along the way. Now, this is, of course, what's called a normative scenario, where you describe the future you want and you backcast to define what has to happen decade by decade, the solutions and milestones to achieve that future. These are some of the measures of success for achieving those WBCSD vision goals. In 2050, 9.6 billion people live well within the limits of one planet. Access to education, healthcare, this will all look pretty familiar to you. Some of the targets are daunting, like we'll have to raise agricultural yields by 50 to 100% from the present day. And by the way, that present day was 2009, not 2020. And we still are barely on track for that. And the current forecast says that the United States will run out of topsoil in 15 years, which is going to make it a little difficult to achieve those kinds of targets. We have to cut our CO2 emissions in half from 2005 levels. Assumptions for 2050 are there's going to be a 40% increase in population, 50% increase in global emissions reductions, food demand increasing 50 to 100%, forest and fiber 60%. That's quite a menu of achievement. What they've done is break this pathway down into 4 periods. The turbulent teens, we're at the end of the turbulent teens. Responsible 20s, when we finally get the message and begin to get on with business. Innovative 30s, when extraordinary stuff is going to happen that you can't even imagine today. And the formidable 40s, when we consolidate and indeed find ourselves in a completely new world of sustainable prosperity. They described the turbulent teens, and by the way, I'm not going to read this out for you, but what the characteristics are of these different eras I suggest that you go online and visit the WBCSD website and browse around, and you will find the reports in which all this material exists. So the Vision 2050 working subgroups are something that we created in order to have special interests areas that we might make progress on due to having a small number of key stakeholders select a common focus area. Now, these three stakeholders selected the area of early childhood origins of health. How can they move the needle on that particular goal set? Another smaller, slightly larger group worked on a sustainable food strategy. And this cross-sector consortium of companies worked on understanding the rise of non-Western values for sustainable production and consumption. I want to go into this a little bit. You remember this slide from earlier in my presentation about how designers think and how other experts think. Well, this leaves out, of course, the most important stakeholder, which is my wife, Jane. How does Jane think about World 4.0 and sustainable eco-prosperity? Well, how does she think? What does she say about it? What does she do? How will she feel? What does she aspire to? Some of you know Liz Sanders, who was the pioneer of co-design, and she's the one who came up with this little framework. We have to know this, or we simply can't do the work unless we know what Jane and all the Janes think, do, feel, aspire to. And that's because we don't really care about the future unless we can see ourselves in it. And this is one of the problems with lovely future scenarios, normative future scenarios that show us the future that we want, is that most people can't see themselves in those futures. So they don't do anything beginning Monday morning to try to get there. So we said we have to go out and begin to ask questions about how people react to the changes needed. What segments of people are going to be leaders, pioneers? What do we know already about how to trigger positive action? So we created a sort of a space, a workspace, and an online environment where we could go out and ask these questions and begin to consolidate and interpret the findings. And we talked to people all over the world. We began to sort of aggregate them and find a way to segment them. Turns out not everybody sees themselves the same way in the future. Should be no surprise. And we built this family of worldwide sort of family of you to give us a look at life in 2050 from the point of view of all these Janes. This is a way for us to find out where we are. And the UN SDGs have really done a great job. I don't know how many of you have read these reports that show the indexes and the dashboards of progress, because these show how we're doing toward the SDG goals. It is not a pretty picture, but you really have to understand where we're behind and where we're getting behinder. Bhutan and Suriname are way ahead of almost all the developed nations in moving toward net zero emissions by 2050. You can't manage what you can't measure. That's a shibboleth that all managers use, and so we have to be aware, not just decade by decade, but year by year, of where are we in our progress along our track toward 2050 goals. I'd like to offer this as another resource for thinking about the sustainable eco-future. The Index Project is an organization I've been involved with from its founding in Denmark in 2015. We give 5 100,000 euro awards biannually to the best designs to improve life of recent years. And I urge you to go on the Index Project website and just roam around. I think you'll find it extraordinary. Some people I know who did that for the first time said it blew them away. It was mind-boggling. Where you'll see 15 years of design to improve life. And we use, I should go back to this and say that we use the SDGs as our targets for evaluating the finalists and the awardees. So we do use the SDG structure. This is our amazing, once every 2 years, black tie award ceremony. One of the resources that I'd like to offer you from Index is this one. We all know about foresight. You wouldn't be watching these presentations if you didn't know something about foresight. But pre-sight is a technique that I use on every project, and that is wherever we're starting from today didn't just come into being when I got up and had breakfast. It all has a history trail. And one of the best ways to detect early signs and weak signals of forces likely to drive change in the future is to see what the forces were that drove change in the past. Because many of the future forces will be extensions of the past forces. Not all of them, but many will be. And it kind of gives you a running start where you can see the trajectory and the velocity of the weak signals and early signs that you're picking up in the present day. Index has an extraordinary repository of the best designs that track toward the SDG goals. And Mariano, our tech wizard, has created a searchable online database of all 5,800 finalists and the 40 top awardees. And it is searchable by SDG. It's searchable by category. It's searchable by country. And it is there are a number of search keys that permit you to navigate and browse around. And I would suggest that any designers or design futurists who are working on projects go and visit this site, because it will give you some idea of what the trajectory and velocity of design thinking and design futures thinking has been over the past 15 years and where it might be heading. So, to conclude, what's the call to action for us design futurists? It comes from this 92-year-old gentleman who recently produced a book called Life on Our Planet. It's required reading. Sir David says that what we do in the next 2 years will profoundly affect life on Earth for the next 2,000 years. We have to really get that. Greta Thunberg, of course, is 17 years old. She really gets that. We are sitting on the possibility of one of the greatest failures of humankind. Everything needs to change starting today. Well, starting about 40 years ago. And there is hope. And it comes from the people. The people are ready for change. I'm with Greta. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnold. It was a very inspiring presentation. And my personal takeaway, the most important, of course, I learned a lot from this, but one of the most interesting personal takeaway for me is when you said we don't care about the future unless we can see ourselves in the future. I totally agree with that. And also, that reminds me of the government's policy-making process. Very often, this policy-making process don't involve people enough, I would say. And for example, if I see what happened last year in France, this yellow vest movement, I would say the government probably started with a very nice, very sustainable intention to decrease the fuel consumption in the country. But the increasing fuel prices probably is a too straightforward solution. And now what causes it in the liberal society is the people, what they can see their futures tomorrow or next year, they have to pay more for their cars. And that caused this kind of conflict, very serious conflict in the society.
Yeah.
And do you think designers can do something like, or designers should be involved more into this government decision-making or policy-making process?
Oh, no doubt. But I know very few designers who want to enter into the political fray. It's a nasty business, and you can't be a designer at the same time you're in politics. I mean, we all see what happens. I lived in France for a number of years. The French, it's very interesting. Public protest in France is really very interesting. It's very organized. Like the yellow vest thing, everybody gets the same yellow vest. When there is a protest march in France, almost always the organizers coordinate with the police department. And they say, here, we're going to march from the, Place de l'Étoile, to Bastille. And this is when we're going to start the march. And the police put their vans on all the side streets. Often they'll lead the march with some motorcycles. And at the very end of the march, there's a huge contingent of street sweepers and of street cleaners. And within 5 minutes after the march has passed, the streets are impeccable. So street protest is absolutely embedded in the French social fabric and in the political system. Now, that is not the case in most societies. Most societies just go at it. Let's go out and run around. I have a great admiration for the French way of doing this. And in a way, you could say that the French work with their government for change as well as, or almost better than, almost any other country in instances like this. And the French are entering into very difficult times. I mean, their welfare society has absolutely hit the wall. And all the things that they've become accustomed to are being taken away. So it feels to them like when they see themselves in the future, they don't like what they see at all. So I think that disorganized unrest, I believe, is going to increase in France. I think there's no question. But it's also increasing. It's also increasing around the world because of one of the charts that I showed you, which is demand and supply have crossed over, and population makes it impossible for us to deliver all those benefits to growing populations. How are we going to deal with that? I think it's not just designers who have to be involved in the governing process and in setting public agendas. It's everybody. All those chains have to be involved, and we're not. Right. We're not. We sit on the sidelines, or we get angry and go to the streets, but we leave it to the politicians.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Arnold. And I now would like to introduce our second speaker. Our second speaker is Stuart Candy. Stuart Candy is an associate professor in the School of Design, Carnegie Mellon University. He's a professional futurist, award-winning foresight practitioner, designer, artist, and educator. So welcome, Stuart. Now the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and to the organizers for having me. I'd love to just invite anyone who feels like it to turn on their camera, because presenting to a whole lot of blank squares is a little bit little bit less good than presenting to human beings. But feel free to whatever makes you comfortable. Yeah. But I would love to see some more faces if you would care to do that, but not compulsory at all. So I'm going to share my screen, and I trust Zoom will cooperate. It has been my constant companion for the last 7 or 8 months, as I'm sure it has been for many of you. So my contribution to this panel is called Design Futures for a Wiser Culture. And as noted in the introduction, this is the building where I usually would be working, the Carnegie Mellon School of Design, but I've been remote for the last 7 months or so, hopefully not too much longer, but we'll see. The topic of this panel, Futures Trend, was described by the conference organizers as being about future life experiments and intelligent society practices. And the angle that I'd like to take on this is, I think, a nice complement to what we just heard from Arnold Wasserman, and it's great to see you, Arnold. Nice to be on the panel with you. Because what I want to share with you is precisely about experimenting with how future life may look and feel and operate as an intervention to create a more intelligent society. And so this talk, what I want to contribute is about a shift in practice. If Arnold walked us through the very alarming but also very necessary to understand litany of changes that are going on in the wider world, this talk is about a shift in the practices of design and futures, which amplifies some of the comments that he made about how we can adapt and how we can address those alarming trends and the very concerning scenarios that they point towards by changing how we practice and think about futures in the present through making futures feel real today. And I want to start with this, with something that a longtime collaborator and colleague of mine, Jake Dunnigan from Institute for the Future, put on my radar some years ago, that recent neuroscience research shows that when we think about the future and when we think about the past, the same parts of the brain light up, because when we're trying to think about the future, when we're trying to imagine future events, it's of course our memories that we are drawing on. That's what we're constructing these conceptions of future events from. And this creates a little bit of a problem. If we're trying to imagine futures based on our experiences of the past, this is a problem given the uncertain times we live in, as the organizers of this conference put it. Because when the future turns out not to look like what we remember, when it turns out to look unlike the history we have experienced and our own life experiences, then we are at risk of navigating using an out-of-date map. And so how then, this raises the question, how can we scaffold our imaginations? What can we do for ourselves individually and collectively to try to imagine and think and feel into things that none of us have experienced before? It's a bit of a tricky problem. So now, as Arnold said, and I'm sure this is true, many of you will have some awareness of futures or foresight practice. And it's all about, in a way, kind of generative processes and frameworks that try to help us think our way into these kinds of problems, like 2x2 scenario matrices and morphological analysis tables and causal layered analysis and branching paths through possibility space. You know, there's a lot of really terrific and useful tools for enabling us and inviting us to think about what the future may hold in a sort of broad brushstrokes way, including, for example, this kind of scenario generation: grow, collapse, discipline, transform. This is called the generic images of the future. And you know, there are diagrams and other sort of thought tools, like there's a whole array of these cones of possibility now. But there's a really common problem with all of this, which is that even very good and thoughtful foresight work fails frequently to connect to the emotions and to the body. And here I want to underline something that Arnold said in his presentation a few moments ago, that we tend not to care about the future unless we can see ourselves in it. So, and this is particularly problematic, and I won't spend long on this point, but this is really problematic when it comes to civilization and societal and planetary scale threats. So this image that you're seeing here is from an Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, a special set of emissions scenarios that were issued 20 years ago now that show 100 years of change on the x-axis and different levels of greenhouse gas emission on the y-axis, depending on different assumptions about how people behave. And then this is what the accompanying scenarios, the descriptions of the world, look like. And they're written at a very high level of abstraction. That the A1, just as an example, the A1 storyline and scenario family describes a future world of very rapid economic growth, global population that peaks in mid-century and declines thereafter, etc., etc. This is work that is trying to communicate to some of the busiest and most influential decision makers in the world, that is to say, presidents, prime ministers, ministers of the environment, and so forth, to get them to take seriously 100 years worth of potentially catastrophic change that could shift the way life on our planet operates. And this is the strategy that these scientists are adopting. And it makes sense because they're scientists and they're using the language of science. They're using the diagrams and they're using the top level descriptions. But what these things fail to evoke is what the experience or the stakes on the ground are actually like. So what would it be like to visit one of these futures? These images are from the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans in 2005, which happened about 3 weeks after I moved to the United States for grad school to study to study futures studies, as it happens. But there are countless experiences of this kind that are now amassing in our actual historical record, and yet we persist in this kind of what I think of as an experiential gulf between how we typically represent and narrate futures for serious purposes in C-suites and at United Nations summits, and what real situations feel like on the ground. There's traditional futures work, and I come at this I should have said, I mean, I'm a design professor, but I've been involved in the futures or foresight field since 1997. Traditional futures work tends to be pretty abstract, and reality is not. So if we want hypotheticals to make a real difference to our behavior, we need to experience that difference for real. And so the premise here is that if we could make a cultural habit of high quality foresight, then we might make wiser choices as a society. And I can't prove that this is true, but I think that it's clear that if we don't attempt to create a cultural habit of high quality foresight, then we will continue making terrible choices and end up in the kind of disaster that Arnold was gesturing to. So going back 14 years, my colleague, Jake Dunnigan, who I mentioned a moment ago, now at Institute for the Future, he and I were both at the Hawaii Research Center for Futures Studies, and we worked with the state of Hawaii, the state legislature, on a sustainability planning process in which, to help people think about the time horizon that the state came to us with of 2050, we put 550 people into 4 different versions of the year 2050 as immersive scenarios. And so I won't explain the details of these, but suffice to say from what you can see here that people are being invited to step into and inhabit these futures rather than just read them on the page or think about them as a philosophical thought experiment. And so this led us to the question, and it worked really well. In fact, 94%, about half of the people who attended completed an exit survey, and 94% of them agreed or strongly agreed that not only had their thinking been changed, but that they were motivated to take action as a result. But we didn't need the survey to tell us that, because we could see it from the reactions in the room and from the quality of conversation and engagement that occurred. But so this told us that we should continue to explore what could be done to make futures more real for people. So the question became, well, what's the smallest thing, the easiest artifact that we could make? And in the next project, which was for members of the tourism industry in Hawaii, we created a series of postcards from alternative futures, each one based on a completely different theory of change, a completely different set of assumptions about what could happen over the next 20 to 30 years. And at that point, we realized that that this work could potentially move out of the realm of scripted environments like community workshops and futures gatherings, and put it out in the world as a cultural gesture to bring more people into the conversation. And so we started taking artifacts that we had made originally for these projects and leaving them in lying around for people to find in the course of their daily lives. So at a drugstore, a chemist, for example. And so we had a conversation with a friend of ours, a collaborator at the time, who made this point that I've thought about many times since. He said, look, in futures work, you often talk about trends, you're talking about trajectories of change. Why write about a trend if you could start a trend? If you could actually make the change happen yourself? And and he was talking about starting a trend or helping to push the field towards an embrace of design and performance and film and theater and really whatever it takes to help people put themselves in the future and to care about it in the way we've been discussing. So we started doing this at the scale of the neighborhood. In Chinatown, as it happens, in Honolulu, Hawaii, we did a series of installations that imagined Chinatown changing based not on things that we imagined or came up with out of our own heads, but based on conversations that we had with people who lived and worked in the neighborhood. So dramatizing, in a sense, the concerns that we heard articulated by engaging with their priorities and their ways of seeing things. This, for example, is an artifact from the late 2020s, which asks the question, what becomes of Chinatowns in a world where China is the predominant geopolitical power? And so this is an imaginary artifact called the Statue of Harmony, which is a gift from the Chinese government to the people of Hawaii, kind of by analogy to the historical example of the Statue of Liberty, which of course was a gift from France to the fledgling nation of the United States. And this commemorates and shines a light on the direct relationship and presumably the hopes for the future of that relationship between China and Hawaii, which I don't need to tell you is an extremely important strategic location in the middle of the Pacific. And so it says harmony on the statue in Hawaiian and also in Chinese. And perhaps it says it on the back in English as well, but who cares? Because this is not about the English-speaking world. This is about a different relationship. On the left, you see Sun Yat-sen, the revolutionary, who actually went to high school in Honolulu. That's true. And on the right is Queen Liliuokalani, the last Hawaiian monarch who was overthrown by the United States in 1893. So this is imagining a geopolitical relationship between China and Hawaii for the purpose of asking the neighborhood, having a conversation about how it might change as the history around it changes. And I've taken a pause on this example artifact so that you can see how when you design fragments of a bigger story, they can be encoded with very rich cultural detail that requires some unpacking for people, from elsewhere. But that's the point. In a Hawaiian context, this is legible because it is using the signs and the semiotics and the kind of, if you will, the idioms that are culturally significant for that location. In the background is Honolulu Harbor and the Aloha Tower, and people who from there would recognize this immediately. So I won't go into these other examples to the same depth, but just want to make this point that when you're doing what we call experiential futures, creating experiences of possible futures, you can dive down and down and down into the cultural detail and the sense-making detail to a far greater extent than is typically possible with a written scenario, and in that way make meaning and conversation possible in a richer register than would usually happen with written scenarios. So that's an example from the streets. Of course, we also did this work for galleries and museums, like this for the Wattis Institute in San Francisco, which asks the question, what becomes of Hawaii if it closes down or declines to continue to receive a steady inflow of industrial artifacts and imports? How do the things that are already, how does the installed industrial base of material artifacts in the islands get reused as people turn towards repairing and adapting in a post kind of globalized world? Or this project, Plastic Century, which was for California Academy of Sciences, which is San Francisco's science museum, where we tried to take this trajectory of exponentially increasing plastic production accumulating in the global system, going back to 1910 when plastic first began rolling off production lines, and turning it into a bodily dilemma for people at the museum. So in 1910, these are water coolers made of glass and porcelain with a bit of plastic in them, indexed to the amount of plastic increasing in the world. 1910, a little bit of plastic. 1960, 10 times as much plastic. 2010, 10 times as much as 1960, 100 times as much as 1910. This is true. These are the facts. And 2030 is a forecast based on crunching the numbers, and it's a statistical continuation of the curve that we have been on. And it's twice as much as 2010, which is another way of saying that in 2010, when we did this project, the forecast was that in the next 20 years, and we're halfway through that time now, that more plastic would be produced in the world than had been produced in the history of the world so far. And do you think that people drank out of these coolers? Well, of course they didn't. Because by taking this story out of the abstract and out of the realm of statistics and into the body, they could see what Jake called the wisdom of repugnance kicked in. Their gut knew that this is not what they want to be doing to the world. And so this is a way of triggering that conversation. We also have done work in online alternate reality and role-playing games like Superstruct, which was an Institute for the Future production where I served as a game master back in 2008. 7,000 people from around the world played themselves, set 10 years into the future, trying to solve some of humanity's most pressing problems. So this was an online game version of an experiential scenario. This led to a commission from the CDC, the US Federal Health Authority, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the State Department of Health, called Coral Cross, which is an online game that I directed at the Futures Center, which was about pandemic preparedness. And this is a crazy story because there had not been a pandemic for 40 years at this time, since the so-called Hong Kong flu of 1968. And then a month before we were to launch this game about a hypothetical flu, there was an actual pandemic, the H1N1 swine flu, for the first time in 40 years. So we retooled the game as not a hypothetical, but using real events as the fuel for engagement. And then we continued the exploration of guerrilla futures interventions, which is what we call it when they are unsolicited and unexpected. Guerrilla futures, where it appears in your mailbox or it appears at the chemist. In other contexts, like this project at South by Southwest in 2008, which was a hypothetical future set in 2025, building on the story world of the movie Boogie Nights with Mark Wahlberg. And at festivals like the Emerge Festival at Arizona State University in 2012. And this story is about the appearance in the archaeological record of a symbol of impending collapse. And this is a hypothetical, right? So this is imagined that in the archaeological records of Rapa Nui, Easter Island, or the Nazca Lines of Peru, that there is a symbol that appears to warn people about a generation before they are at risk of disappearing, perhaps by their own hand. And so this was asking the question about the sustainability of the way of life in the very sprawling area of Phoenix in Arizona. And we also did then imported these techniques into other unscripted environments like trade shows. So in 2015, with some of my students from OCAD University in Toronto, where I worked at the time, we launched a hypothetical product as if it were real, called NaturePod, which is a way for exhausted office workers to immerse in 10 minutes of nature without having to leave their cubicles. And what this does is ask a question about the march of screens into every aspect of our lives, even to the extent of trying to remedy our disconnect from non-human environments through a technological intervention. And you can see these same kind of techniques, the lessons from guerrilla futures techniques, then circling back into contexts like this, which is at the Antwerp Museum of Contemporary Art, an installation that I did there back in 2017 of a hypothetical product, not a nature pod, but a nurture pod. You make the babies, we make them awesome. And so the idea here is that, again, with the march of screens, I don't know if you have seen videos, or perhaps, I don't know, some of you may not want to admit this, but if you have a 2-year-old and give them an iPad or a tablet, they'll happily take care of themselves for hours at a stretch. Well, so the temptation to augment parenting through this kind of technological intervention poses a dilemma about what the priorities of our culture really are. And so this is a way of raising these questions, not as not as a sort of thought experiment, but as an encounter. And then you can see this work also playing out in classes that I've taught and co-taught with colleagues in various parts of North America and elsewhere in the world. And without explaining or diving into any of these instances, what you can see, I think I've probably visited about 70 different futures now that have been created as immersive scenarios to bring to life particular hypotheticals for conversation. And so half the time, when if you keep an eye out, you'll see perhaps some familiar faces like Peter Scupelli, my colleague with whom I've worked on this at Carnegie Mellon. But you'll see that this is a really large design space because any story about the future that you may want to tell, you can find ways to bring to life in the present using design, media making, and the arts. And we've done this online now as well since COVID. The last cohort of students in this spring translated various books that they selected that describe preferred futures as defined by them, turning those into experiences set in 2050 or 2040 that dramatize these worlds in the present, so they feel as if they are happening right now. So this is not the only way in which futures and design intersect. I want to say this Venn diagram is not intended to suggest that the only thing happening at the intersection of design and futures is experiential futures. That's clearly not true. I mean, another really fantastic example of what's at that intersection was given by Arnold in the use of the Sustainable Development Goals as a filter for the Index Awards, which is another excellent example of how these things can come together, not in a diegetic or performative way, but in an evaluative way to work on real designs. But experiential futures, the design space I'm describing to you here, is really about the design of situations and stuff from the future to catalyze insight and change. And it's a huge design space. And I wanted to show you all these various projects to give you a sense of that, because it's all possible. In principle, it's all possible futures multiplied by all artifacts and interactions that could exist within them. So it can look like material, can look like what some people call design fiction or speculative design objects on the one hand, or like immersive scenarios, role-playing opportunities and simulations with a long history in dating back to wargaming, and as Arnold also mentioned. So it includes all possible strategies for bringing futures to life. Any scenario, any topic, any audience, any medium, any context, all of these are part of the space. And I emphasize this really because I think often people, depending on their training, if they're coming to this to the design futures conversation with a kind of object orientation in mind, they might miss that there's this really wide and I think necessarily broad array of alternatives for making us care about the future. And the idea is, however you're doing it, it's kind of moving out of the abstraction of scenarios into the concreteness of reality, from ideas through stories, crossing the experiential gulf into the register of experiences and objects. And I've been saying a long time. I wrote what I think is the first doctoral dissertation about the specific dialogue between futures as a field and design as a field. And the argument remains true, I think, that designers need futures, futurists need design. Each speaks to something that the other lacks. And so this bridging effort of moving from the abstract into the concrete and then back again, becoming more facile or more capable at moving back and forth is, I think, a skill set that we could all practice. Now, in my last couple of minutes, I want to just offer a couple of recent cases of organizations finding this work useful. So that this is not just theoretical, this is not just something we do in classrooms, this is something we do with real organizations all over the world. The International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, the umbrella organization for all the national societies that exist in basically every country, in 2017 launched a project called The Future Is Now, at their biennial statutory meetings, which is where all the leaders, 1,000 of them from around the world, come together. And long story short, they at the end of that meeting, they decided to the Secretary General commissioned the fledgling Foresight and Futures team with writing the strategy for 2030. For the whole organization. And this was catalyzed in part by the creation of artifacts that help bring the challenges and opportunities of humanitarian aid for 2030 to life at the event. A second example is Dubai Museum of the Future, which I've been working on and off with its founders. It began as a series of installations at the World Government Summit in Dubai, and is now an almost completed construction, a permanent museum facility in Dubai that is intended to provide a container for this type of conversation and fuel for the policy conversations of the United Arab Emirates as well. And then the third example, and the most recent one, is from our work with the British Broadcasting Corporation, where at their away day last year, so this was before COVID, we introduced futures frameworks, and then people had brought in junk from home, stuff they were going to throw away, and using a framework that we created with their design team, we had them turn that junk into artifacts from the future, which they made on the spot. So 200 or so people created these flea market stalls, kind of like a bazaar or just a market, made up of artifacts from the future, which were reimagined waste from the present. And so this is a way, and this is playful, right? This is even silly at times. But what this is doing is lowering the barrier to having a serious conversation about alternative futures. And so what we see is experiential and participatory approaches spreading across contexts, from academia and activism to arts and culture to business, politics, governance, finding their way into society. And the importance of this is not that design or design futures are thriving as fields, although that's very nice, but it's really about playing our part in helping to create a wiser culture, a capacity for what Richard Slaughter, the futurist, has called social foresight. And if you want to get a snapshot of how this is going, with my colleague Cher Potter from the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, last year we published a special double issue of the Journal of Futures Studies, from Tsinghua University Press, with 49 contributors from 16 countries. One of them is our fellow panel speaker, Nick Burton, who's joining us in just a moment. And it's also been issued as a book, which is in open access and free to download. So you can see what this mosaic of contributions around the world looks like. And given that this is, primarily a gathering of design educators, I want to say that design educators have a very important role to play in all of this, in helping to normalize futures literacy among the emerging designers that they are working with. And so I'll close by offering two tools for you to look into if this is something you haven't tried but want to. One is a framework called Ethnographic Experiential Futures, which provides handrails basically for creating a project from scratch. And the other is called The Thing from the Future, and it is a design futures card game that I created with my colleague Jeff Watson, and it is it's a tool for rapidly imagining countless possible things from as many futures as you can possibly imagine, and we've used it with organizations around the world to help them begin to get better at this stuff. My role at CMU is on the teaching front to integrate futures thinking throughout the design curriculum. And this is what that looks like at the moment. It's kind of a big, it's a multi-part effort with, collaboration from my wonderful colleagues like Peter Scapelli and Terry Irwin, who are also on the program here. But I want to mention that as well, because we would love to hear from you if this is of interest, and we'll do whatever we can to help with your own efforts in your own context. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. That's an excellent presentation. So my takeaway from Arno's presentation was we don't care about futures unless we can see ourselves in there. I think you provide a solution for this problem. That's you pinpointed the experiential gulf between the abstract and the concrete, and then provided a kind of a framework with tools or a set of methods to engage people into that future that used to be only abstract in numbers or in the diagrams. Then they can really experience themselves in a more interactive or concrete or embodied ways. That's excellent. Well, I have just one question about this, because Amanda, I mean, this is the recent years. I know the speculative design and design fictions are very popular.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things I've heard from, let's say, more practical minds in our design group, they often challenge this this way of projecting future. So how likely that would happen, and also, is it too far away from us? And can we do something? What was the practical and, let's say, impactful results out of that? And this is the question I often got from events like this. I wonder, how do you think about, how would you answer this question?
Well, I think likelihood and practicability are design parameters. So it's not a question of it's either likely and useful or it absolutely isn't. I mean, these things, I think of things in a dimensional way. So what you want to do generally is find the edge of the organization or the audience, the very edge of what they're comfortable with, and that's where you would pitch the speculation, because as my futures mentor Jim Gator has said for many years, any useful statement about the future should at first appear to be ridiculous. Because if it isn't at first challenging, if it isn't at first kind of not computing, then it's probably not shifting your mind. It's not. It's a reinscription of what you already understand, rather than an invitation to see change that is yet to manifest. And so, yeah. So I mean, I think it's. I understand where the resistance or skepticism can come from. I completely disagree with it if it's a blanket position. But usually what you have to do is sort of think about it acupuncturally and decide where to put the needles in very carefully. And that is a context-based thing. So whereas we did with the BBC something quite playful and, like I said, even absurd in some ways, that was partly because it was a room full of designers, partly because, and we knew that they, were there to play. It was their away day as well. So it was a context in which a certain amount of fun was expected and even necessary. But for the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, the seriousness of the issues, like the quality of terrible air quality in Mumbai in 2030, leading to chronic health problems, or an artificial intelligence that can forecast and then deploy humanitarian intervention before the humans know that it's needed. These are serious possibilities, and so it's in a more serious register. So I think that part of my purpose, I'm sorry this answer is so long, but part of my purpose in this, in adopting the approach that I have with this presentation of showing so many examples, is to indicate the abundance that we have at our disposal when thinking about this design space.
Great. Thank you for your great answer. I really love this. And next time I meet somebody asking my similar question, I know what to say. Thank you. Okay, let's now welcome the next speaker, Joan Rodan. Joan Rodan is a Spanish architect and educator. It's very nice we have somebody from different discipline background. With architecture studies in Madrid and at the Bartlett School of Architecture in London, Rodan is an associate professor of architecture and interior design at the College of Architecture, Art and Design, American University of Shariah. His work as an educator has been showcased in Triennale de Milano, Shariah Art Foundation, and El Circao Avenue. So let's now welcome Joan Rodan.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. I really enjoy Stuart's presentation because I think I'm going to be building on probably three words that he has mentioned. One is golf, the other one is speculation, and the third one is acupuncture. My presentation, let me just share my screen. Apologize, I haven't used it. Okay, here it is. So my talk or my it's going to be around. And I think I really enjoyed that the fact that Stuart was also mentioning the Museum of the Future. That somehow it will be also part of my lecture. And it's going to be more focused on the built environment and on architecture in the Gulf mainly, and using Dubai as probably as a main case study. I think that Dubai, with all its wrongs, mistakes, and successes, that is some of the things that I really like to highlight as well, has had a vision for the future that has been one of the only driving elements in the last, I would say, 20 years. What we can see right now in the tendency is probably looking back into the past to really reimagine or really to foresee a new future of the architectural landscape in the region. So, I mean, the lecture is going to be looking a little bit at the past, a little bit to the future, and then we'll be looping back into the past and to see how we architects use speculation to really envision the future. And I think there's a very fascinating moment right now in the Gulf, and I think I hope that I will be able to probably break some misconceptions or preconceptions that many people have about architecture around here. So I will start first of all discussing the current state of architecture in the UAE, mainly between Dubai and Sharjah. Is one of the emirates in the north of Dubai, next to it. How this new identity that is being built by the governmental entities and private and public sector is really driving into this shift. I cannot say a new paradigm in architecture in the region, but for sure we can see a shift in a tendency of how architecture and all the stakeholders are really shaping the future of architecture in the region. And then we'll see some of these examples as part of an exhibition that I have been curating. And it's ending today, hosted by the RIVA, the Royal Institute of British Architects, RIVA Gulf, and Dubai Design District. So when we think about Dubai, we see the postcards of the biggest, the tallest, the largest, but it somehow is a kind of is a mirage. We think about Dubai as a whole, the low density that we have all across the city is quite immense. Even so, most of this low density happens by the sea, something that wouldn't be happening in other developments in many other parts of the world. We have some of these images about these dystopian future from some of the movies that we all have watched. But as you can see, even in the background of this image, that low density that is happening there is around 85% or 90% of the whole city, of the whole development. Dubai also has interesting natural environments, okay, like in this case, some of the natural sanctuaries in Ras Al Khor. That I think is an interesting initiative and tendency into preservation for the coming future. We also have the heritage, a very strong element in the shaping of the identity of countries in the Gulf, and mainly within the young context of the UAE, a country that was made for around 43 years ago. By certain agreements between the different tribes that were living in this part of the world. But at the same time, we have all this dystopian part of the real estate in Dubai that it's quite well known about. Of course, we have the large infrastructure envisioned, and I think this is an important element. The way the cities are shaped or built have to do with the visions of the sheikhs. It has to do with this idea of how, in this case, Abu Dhabi or Dubai wanted to be the best of the best and have the largest and the biggest, like in this case, the Louvre Museum in Abu Dhabi, built by Jean Nouvel and opened around 2 years ago. That became this large container. So there was this idea of envy, of this idea of having the star architects and on these landmarks as important elements to build the cities. But at the same time, we have other elements of contrast that are probably not so well known, but that have to do with other visions about the coming future from other patrons, we could say, or private institutions, like in this case, Al Sarkal Avenue. This is a bottom-up experience that started around 10 years ago by a family who owned a lot of land and certain plots within industrial area in Al Quds in Dubai. Bit by bit, all this environment was transformed into art galleries, co-working spaces, and the last addition to these spaces was an extension. There's a very vibrant design community that has been growing and growing over the last year, but in a very slow pace, something that is probably a contrast with the rapid pace of the rest of the cities in Dubai or Abu Dhabi or even Sharjah. And the last addition is this building by Rem Koolhaas, OMA. That opposite or in contrast to what we could think, clients and architects really think about the context of the pre-existent warehouses as a way of just providing the same height, the same, I would say even hierarchy from the point of view of the volumes, but just by opening these walls, this interior space becomes part of this big plaza that is in front where there's a lot of activities happening, even summer cinemas, choreographies, concerts that we all hope that they will come back soon. So what I mean is that probably is one of the humblest and probably not well-known buildings by Rem Koolhaas, and it's part of this type of initiatives. When we move a little bit more to the north, and is where I live and I teach, Sharjah, that became a very important hub of the Imperial Airways in the beginning of the 20th century, because it was one of their stops for the company on their way to India and to the rest of the Commonwealth. And before there was also another stop in Brindisi in Italy, become an interesting element and another interesting hub within the Gulf and within the peninsula. Again, we see other interesting visions for the future that has to do with this idea of how time can really shape the city. A really neglected area of former courtyard houses with their traditional wind catcher or wind tower were transformed over the last 12 years into art spaces by the Sharjah Foundation. And again, this is part of the vision of a woman, in this case, its director, the Sheikha Khur al-Qasimi, the daughter of the ruler of Sharjah, who has been putting, I would say, on the map the Sharjah Biennale over the last 10 years. And again, this idea of reshaping and rebuilding gradually this former urban fabric and transforming them like an addition of different pieces to this compound of art spaces has become a very interesting initiative, because it's not just a question that has happened at once. Also, this idea of acupuncture in the region has happened because now a former and an old cinema has been transformed into a museum, and is where a lot of performances and installations happen there. A former brutalist supermarket that has been restored from the 70s now has become another interesting element. So this idea of, instead of having the big container for the arts, it becomes more of this idea of having different satellites that in the future will be part of a more natural part of the urban fabric. I think is an interesting way of really approaching the future of the arts in this part of the world. And these are a floor plan of how the porosity of these enclosures or these closed former courtyard houses now has been opened to the public, like in this case, with a quite I would say delicate and very respectful way of establishing a new dialogue between all this coral stone masonry, that is how traditional construction was done in the past, but also playing with this contrast of how the new is made with white and pristine volumes, and never touching. Some other initiatives also have happened with these refurbishments of these quarter houses in the center. When we think about speculation, or we think about young generations that are really pushing really hard into reshaping the future of the architecture in the regions, we have some, and in this case, alumni from our college, ex-architects who were winners of the Aga Khan Award last year. And I think it's an important element where, again, it's not just humble architecture. It's a type of architecture, like in this case, that is a wetland in Sharjah, where there's a birds and sanctuary. The architecture in this case gets diluted, and almost disappear. So again, we have that contrast between the huge landmarks in Dubai, and in this case, we have absolutely the opposite, where the entrance is buried, is on fully and almost a 90% underground project that wants and pretends to blend with the landscape, and the landscape becoming the main element of this exhibition, so to say. Quite radical flow plan in this case, but as we were saying, it's all about contemplating the nature from this hidden structure that is underneath. I have the privilege of working for River Gulf over the last 11 months now, preparing this exhibition that's called the D3 Architecture Festival, showcasing regional architecture, urbanism, sustainable development. We were pretty surprised during the selection process with all the jury members to really find a very high quality of the entries. And again, we didn't want to distinguish between things that were built and things that were probably unbuilt, because we thought that it was also a very interesting way of showcasing that a speculative tool that we only have as architects. And I think it's about dreaming how the future would be or should be with our drawings or our renders and with some physical models that we manage to get into the exhibition. So the exhibition really wants to showcase all the different stakeholders. So my intention as a curator was not just to have a collection of panels with individual works, but to really establish all these different connections that were connecting the dots, and to see if we could foresee a tendency of what's happening, okay, as a small experiment. It's not very scientific, because at the end of the day, there are probably many factors to really qualify that this as a very objective experiment, but we can really see a trend or a change in the future of architecture. And again, it's thanks to a very young generation. So these are some of the examples of how we really wanted to have the exhibition created. Sorry for this next slide, might be a little bit slow to load. Okay. So this idea of having a horizontal plane where whether established practices with big landmarks, one of the shortlist is the Museum of the Future and the Office of the Future by Kila Designs, they're based in Dubai, could be next to a student with an unbuilt project that was a speculation of a cultural space. We found very interesting numbers among these 40 entries that we had. And again, it was that, of course, the density of the work that we got over 200 shortlist, 200 projects or entries from all over the GCC countries. We're talking about Kuwait, Bahrain, King of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, and Oman. We found, of course, a larger density of entries coming from the UAE, and mainly from offices or from works that were built in Dubai. But we saw a tendency mainly in the typology of how there was a bigger growth in cultural infrastructure. That I think is an interesting thing. And again, mapping all the entries that we had from the point of view of the scale, we also saw a tendency that there was an increasing level of quality in the small and medium scale projects. That is something not that common in the past. This huge, let's say, abstract map of the region, it has to do with the Khaliji coast or the Gulf coast, as something that we try to stretch to really being able to visualize our shortlist and to see that map, was really showcasing this previous thing that I was mentioning before. Excuse me for the delay. Again, with a few diagrams, we could really see. Again, I was sorry that it's probably too small, but in this case, bottom left, we could see that there was that medium smaller scale cultural infrastructure and hospitality. There's a tendency of and I think it will be in the future, hopefully, that even tourism has become less about the 7-star hotel or 5-star hotel mega projects in the region, and just by turning them into these experiential activities that can happen within the heritage and within the landscape. That I think is another interesting tendency we began to see, and probably that will be part of the case study that we will see at the end. There's some of the excerpts of some of these of a certain part of the map. That again, in the central part we would have the shortlisted entries, and the lower part we will be also mapping other projects by these firms who had other works in the regions, and the upper part we really wanted to reflect institutions, private and public sector, and patrons that are really involved into this change and this shift into the new, I would say, good and much better quality architecture in the GCC. And that has to do with, in this case, we detected there was 5 very interesting projects developed by Shuruk, that is the development authority in Sharjah, that of course they have hired Foster and Partners, Sahadit, but they're quite small scale interventions and projects that I think it's something to really consider. That's the same way that they are doing these new tourist experiential elements. Again, the whole, this is just a little sample of the big banner that we created, around 50 meters long, where we were, with that, I'm not sure if you could see, we were connecting the dots between the different stakeholders or elements that were in common. So to really, hopefully, be able to foresee a future in the architecture in the region, like in this case. So this is a very small sample. When we think about some case studies, we see that and probably it has been part of our online panel discussions, we see a tendency in really moving from Western models in the way of how architecture is being produced. Again, thinking about future and past, there was a new revision of what traditional architecture means, local materials means, and even in this case, that is Uptown Mecca, that is a development. That again is it's not built. There's a funny group of very energetic young architects in their 20s, 30s that are allocating some of their time monthly to really envision many of these projects, not even without having a client. So that's why I really was really happy that many of these projects were part of the shortlist, because they really it says that it says a lot from them, from the point of view that they really believe in the work, and I think they really mean to build this new future using the speculative tools that they have at their hand. That I think is an absolutely fascinating thing. Again, there's not this idea of a tendency of really not looking anymore about the glass boxes, really thinking about the density of those facades as a very simple way of keeping certain elements of sustainability. That at the end of the day, it's just common sense of looking around and see what works and what doesn't. These are some of these renders of his projects by Croquis Design Studio. They're very interested also in using endemic and low impact vegetation. We have to think that change, that vision of the future of green lawns and golf courses, glass boxes that Dubai has had. If we think about how the new the public tenders or competitions have been won in the past, many entries have not won because they were in the renders they were proposing too much loan, and the authorities are against that tendency at this moment. That I think is a good sign for the future. Berform, Egyptian architect, has been working in Dubai over the last 10 years, and he has envisioned this idea of the future of Sheikh Zayed Road. That it's the E11 highway that goes across 4 or 5 Emirates south to north, and he is envisioning this idea of having a pedestrian space. So this highway now is buried, and these new spaces offering new plazas, squares, and infrastructure for a pedestrian's new life in Dubai. That is something that authorities probably don't have so much room to do, because of other questions, and it's a question of ownership of the land at the end of the day. many of the problems of not being able to develop enough good quality public spaces. But these are some of their proposals for the future. And hopefully, thanks to this exhibition, I don't know, maybe we can get him a client. Binchi and Binchi, another studio based in Dubai. I think they're doing also an amazing job into redefining the housing typology. And I think that they're an interesting also group of architects like AGI who work in Kuwait and Dubai that are really pushing the boundaries, and I would say up to a point from the legal statement. So land or plots of land that are only meant to be built for a single family, they're really doing certain illegal things where they are building for multifamily dwelling elements. And actually, the legislation in Kuwait City, thanks to AGI, has changed. So what I mean is that some of these, not just the speculations, are really changing not just the present, but the future of how the next developments are going to happen. In this case, Binchi and Binchi creates these facades made out of ceramic elements that, again, tries to protect the house from the sun. I think it's a very interesting also reinterpretation of the traditional mashrabiyah that is a common element in the architecture and Islamic architecture, mainly spread in the region. Again, the use of patios that can also generate wind circulation from within the house. The idea, again, that I think is an interesting tendency, even how the architecture is being represented, not with these shiny and hyper-realistic renders. I think that ideas that are strong don't need so much makeup, like is in this case. This is still an unbuilt project that hopefully we will build within the next year. This is an example that I was mentioning before, AGI, with this multifamily and quite complex typology, where the different courtyards and the different elements are being pushed within the main volume, or what they call the green core house. Sorry. Excuse me, I think it's frozen. Okay, sorry for this. Oops. And one of the last projects that I want to really discuss is, again, we see a tendency of how the younger generation of expats or local architects are really looking into the heritage as an asset. I think that this idea in the past of looking only at the future really has been a problem by neglecting what the heritage means. I think that in a country like this, heritage means buildings that were built maybe 30 years ago. Okay, and it was that kind of heritage was demolished and neglected. That I think is a pity. Another thing is that just by focusing on the future of the city, the landscape was another element that was somehow forgotten. And I think there's a very interesting tendency, like in this case, a very small, it's called Al Fajr Lodge in Sharjah. There is a 5 rooms hotel and spa, has become, again, a way of revisiting and reviewing the heritage. This is the whole structure was used by revamping a former grocery store in the middle of the desert, and where the first oil pump was built in Sharjah, and it has a very beautiful location, and again with a very I think interesting way also playing with the materiality and the vegetation. Mainly is endemic. That again, I think, goes back to looking at the future, I think, with a little bit more of positivism. So it has a very nice. Also, the hotel is this element here, and it has a small spa with a little swimming pool on the right. And that's it. Thank you very much. This is the last image because I think it's also an interesting tendency, thinking that the public space, it's something that we don't use here in the UAE because of the heat. But at the end of the day, this is a kind of not true, because in this case, this is one of the squares between the buildings of the Soldier Foundation, one of these first quarter houses that I showed you at the beginning. They have this is called the Mirage Cinema, and is where during the good weather right now in the winter, where they have all these film festivals. And I think it's a very interesting element of how, again, the city is reappropriated in a way. And I think, and I hope that this will be the trend in the future. We have to think that, and I think it's probably one of the main conclusions that I get out of these exhibition festival, and what we can say this tendency in the trend of architecture for the future, is that it's all thanks to education. If we think about the former students or young architects who are shaping this new vision of the future, has to do with what they have learned at the university. And I'm also extending this question of education into the client's part. How these architects are doing a tremendous job into really educating private and public clients into a new tendency for the future that I hope that it will be a little bit of this snippet that I've been showing you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johan. So I think one of the repeating, I would say, the insights is, if we want to better create the future, we'd better also pay attention to the past. So there's a good, that we need to reach a good balance between the past and the future. If we want to do the future well, study future well, and the past is something we cannot ignore. We are actually very much behind schedule. Otherwise, I will have some interesting question for you. So I'm just going to quickly jump to our last speaker, Nick Barton. Nick Barton was trained as a knowledge engineer with a specialization in artificial intelligence. He started his career as a multidisciplinary researcher at Maastricht McLuhan Institute's Digital Culture Department. So in 2004, he co-founded the Foresight and Design Studio, Pentopicon, I think that's the correct pronunciation, and based in Antwerp. Yeah, great. Thank you. He's a frequent speaker and a moderator of discussions regarding future-oriented topics, as well as methodologies on crossroads between foresight and design. So, Nick, I'm sorry that we're behind schedule, and now floor is yours.
No problem at all. Thank you so much. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. I've really enjoyed tremendously all the previous speakers. You've touched upon so many interesting points. It was a bit of an intimidating experience as well, I must say. But I'm sure that a lot of the topics that you've brought up, I hope you recognize some of my links to those in the presentation that I've prepared as well. I've entitled it Rethinking Society, and I'll explain a little bit more about what I mean by that. But before, perhaps a little bit of an introduction of where we come from. And as Jan mentioned, in the studio at Pentopicon, we deal with, it's a foresight and design studio. And we really see futures or scenarios not as an end goal, but as a tool, as an instrument that you can utilize for a variety of purposes, whether it's to reframe challenges or to enrich the imagination space, which is something that Juan also touched upon in his lecture. And for that, we create things. We make processes. We design activities, but we also make products and services that are actually aimed at sparking debate in a way about engaging people in a discussion about the futures that they would like to see, that they would like to avoid, that they would like to shape, or where they would like their voice to be heard. And we see that as an instrument also to catalyze the change. And that's a little bit of the angle from which I would say that we approach the topic of futures. And we tap into the methodological toolbox of both design fields as well as futures and plenty of others. Before taking us into the future, I would try to rewind about, let's say, a little bit more than 10 years ago, when we were approached by the genetic testing centers of Flanders in Belgium, who were engaging in a process and in a new research project, actually. And they were looking at the future that genetic testing or genomic sequencing might have for a society. Of course, a lot of them were geneticists, and they were and biochemists, etc., looking into the very scientific elements of that. But as they were given a grant, the grant organization also said, well, this is something that we think might have a huge societal impact. So we think you should also include the voices of others in exploring what those futures might mean and how you might want to shape your discipline or whatever it is that you're doing, in order to include those voices. And this is actually something that came up multiple times, not just in this project, but also later on and in many of our work. A few years later, we were engaged in a project in an old town where actually that was kind of like almost abandoned, I would say, or neglected after the steel industry moved out. And we realized, engaging with the local inhabitants about how they would like to see their future and how the future might shape, the future in general of society might shape their future. We noticed also that there was kind of a knowledge gap as well. It was hard for them to imagine a future that was not built upon what they knew of before, as coming from this steel industry background. So when we show them things like 3D printing and new ways of also additive manufacturing and working with metals, we said, okay, this is a way that what you know very well, steel, metal, etc., how that is being dealt with now already in some pockets of the world, but that might spill over to other areas. And all of a sudden their faces lit up, because it showed them that with their skills and knowledge, they could also do something in a different way. But bridging that knowledge gap, bringing in the future, was actually a way to bridge that knowledge gap. So in order to be able to involve them in the discussion at all, to broaden their imagination space as well. Same thing happened years later when synthetic biology, we actually had to explain to ecologists as well what kind of an impact that might have on green and urban areas, for example, or how we might functionalize some of the environment through synthetic biology, and also all the challenge with legislation. So, but it doesn't always have to come from a scientific angle. Also, when you talk about potential impacts of large-scale migration, the enrichment that cultures might bring, the problems in terms of language, not just language as we speak and write it, but also cultural languages. Involving people, making them aware, making that tangible for them is often a challenge, but it's necessary in order to have a broad discussion about the future. Same goes, of course, for issues such as climate change, which our nodal nodes have touched upon. Why do I bring about these examples of these difficulties or these challenges in including people in a conversation about the future that affects them? Because I think it's really important to understand, just like in the case of the geneticists, it's easy for a geneticist or an engineer to come up with an image of the future and just roll that image out over society. If you're on the receiving end of the technology, you will have a different view. If you're a patient with Huntington disease, with a genetic disease, for example, or whether you're an insurance company that all of a sudden has at its disposal a risk profile for people in advance, that becomes a very different challenge. It becomes a very different image of the future that they might have. The real value of thinking about the future in this is when we clash these images together, when these different perspectives actually meet and can interact with one another. And we've seen shifts of expectations, of wishes, wants, not wants for the future on both ends, on both sides. Because the danger is, and that's what actually one of the things that also in the case of the geneticist was the case, was that if we look, for example, back at technologies like nanotechnology, if the public discourse doesn't grow along with the development of the technology, we either get overpromised what it might bring, or we get something that we do not want, or legislation lags, etc. So there's a whole variety of potential consequences. And I would call that a sign of society going out of sync, going out of synchronization, people not being able to engage in discussions about topics that might influence or that are very likely to impact their future in big ways. And so that's also what my previous slides was about, the future of whom and by whom, who's defining it, who's actually from the future exploration coming to the vision that's going to become, I wouldn't say a plan, but a direction or a compass for where we want to head. If that is not fueled by these different viewpoints, then we might up in some either scary or very unsatisfactory situations. So strange things happen when society goes out of sync. It's often caused by, but also the situation is aggravated by an asymmetry of information. Some people have the knowledge about how something works. Think about the use of big data, social media in for example, influencing people's behavior, etc. And that also shifts power relationships. So for some, it's beneficial to maintain the asymmetry of information. For others, it's not. People are left out of certain debates about the future, which, as I mentioned, can lead to other problems. It exposes them also to an increased vulnerability for nonsense. The fake information can take hold with people when they're not aware of what science says, when they're not aware of another person's viewpoints. When, for example, we talk about the rainforest from a Western perspective and not from an indigenous culture perspective. There's plenty of value. So critical questions often can only arise also when this asymmetry of information is broken down, when you're included in the discussion about the future. So it's actually a fight against the monocultural way of thinking and imagining those future. And that leads eventually, from a design perspective, also to suboptimal solutioning. If you're not aware of certain things, if you don't ask yourselves those critical questions before you design the technologies that you want to push onto the market and into the world, that is going to be, it's going to have an impact nevertheless, but perhaps not the impact that you expected or that you wanted to have or that others wanted to have. So it's actually that anticipatory movement of foresight and design where it meets is actually something that can help us to avoid this. Because if we don't debate the future or its driving forces from a plural perspective, as the future is actually shaping up around us, it's almost a sign of a disdain for the present. It's almost like you're neglecting the value of that. So how do we counter that? How do we bring society back? How do we rethink it? How do we bring more people, I wouldn't say up to scratch, but aligned, or at least even perhaps in an agonistic sense, in context with one another to discuss those topics? Is by actually growing common grounds and mutual understanding. You don't always have to agree on what you'd like to see or wouldn't like to see, or how do you look at certain events that the future might bring. But helping to understand each other's viewpoint is also very beneficial. It's also about bridging those knowledge gaps, as I mentioned. It's about raising awareness of what might happen. Think about those metal workers not knowing what additive manufacturing was hard for them to see how metal work in the future could be like. It's also about using that to understand the forces shaping the future, the challenges and opportunities that they might bring. In the end, it's also about this redistribution and this growing of the knowledge to fight the asymmetry that I talked about before. And so for that, about including those different voices and raising those new questions. I often say that we're in the business not of providing answers to future challenges, but to raising new questions or the right questions. Because in the end, there's only one thing worse than a wrong answer, and that's an answer to the wrong question. We notice that a lot with our clients as well, both in the public as in the private spheres. They come to us with a certain question. They want to explore the future of a certain topic because that's where they feel there's a business opportunity or where they feel there's a societal need. And as we go about discussing it, they realize that actually other driving forces are either making that question irrelevant potentially, or broaden the scope or shift the scope into another direction. And that part of the process, I would say, or the value of that is actually in the process. That's about raising those questions. Because whatever comes out of these trajectories, looking at instruments, we know that when we create things, first we shape our creations, but then they shape us. McLuhan said this, but many others have said this before and after him as well. We as humans, we're creative beings. We design things, we make things, but in the end, they end up in the world around us, and they have an impact also on our behaviors. So we better tread carefully. One way of working towards this resynchronization is to explore futures more together. And there's, of course, the analytical way to do this. I mean, Stuart has shown some images. Arnold has also shown some ways of doing that. And of course, part of the work of foresight is an analytical process. But not everybody is either equipped or willing to engage with content presented that way, or remaining at that abstract level. It doesn't hit them as it doesn't grow on their skin as much as if you would do it in another more experiential way. There's also something that we did, for example, in a small town in the Netherlands a while ago, that was looking at how there were so many vacant spaces popping up in their city center that we called it urban rot was setting in. And they wanted to engage in a discussion with inhabitants about what they would like the future of this city center to be like. And so we took hold of one of those vacant spaces for a day, and we set up shop there in what we called the Visiotech, which was actually, they could shop for bits and pieces of potential solutions that are already happening elsewhere in the world, but that could inspire the way they would look at the future. So it was a fun way for us to realize that when some people came in and said, oh, we come actually with a wish list. And we said, okay, you can give us our wish list, but go and have a look around as well. And then in the end, they said, maybe I want to add a few things to my wish list. Maybe my scope of what is possible is I've enlarged it as I went through the shopping experience for the future. And so we brought them actually into the discussion by giving them something to chew on, not starting from a blank page or from the page that they already knew. So the challenge in a way in rethinking becomes, how can we redesign the experience of exploring futures together? And let me take you through a few examples of ways that touch upon two elements that are important in this. It's providing access and inclusion. So how do we open up to a wider range of people and stakeholders in futuring? And how do we co-create some of the contents? How do we engage people in what I would call a co-evolutive discourse, in which both sides win in terms of understanding of one another, but also of the topic, so that you advance the discourse. And something that we've been experimenting with in the past years in looking into ways of experiential futuring, as Stuart called it, is in ways that would experiment with not just placing the story in front of people, story about the future, but about positioning them as active participants in the story, in playing it out or in actually writing it themselves. And by taking them through different steps of the foresight methodologies, I would say we've touched upon some interesting things that we're still very much in an experimental, explorative way going about this. But you could relate it to what's happening in more performative ways of design, in more speculative, more situated, more participatory ways, design fiction as well. There's plenty of ways to approach it also from a design angle. But I would say it's almost also a relational kind of design, as we try to create the context and conditions to enrich, to create rich encounters actually between people with different viewpoints, with different ways of wanting to express themselves, of dealing with those futures, in order to catalyze this reweaving of the relationships between the people, but also between people and topics, between the past, the present, and the future as well. So if we look at some of the examples of, for example, about how can we engage stakeholders by using this more narrative approach of putting people in a story. This is a project that we were involved in the city of Maastricht in the Netherlands a few years ago, in which they were looking at how the area around the railway station was going to be, people would like to see it repurposed. It's a barrier that cuts the city in half. How could we go about this? And by taking away the barrier, how could we actually resolve some other issues? How could we actually pull more problems into the equation instead of less? And so we set up a kind of like our own shop inside the railway station and around it. And we asked people to think about what would 2040 look like in this area? Why would people come here? And we poured it into a kind of a metaphor of works in progress. They could actually help steer the works in progress in a certain direction, or actually provide the arrows towards the unbuilt environment at that point. Design also entered the discourse in coming up with those future images in the research methods used. I mean, for example, by cutting out certain senses, we could make them experience the present space in a very different way. A lot of people said, I know what it looks like. And okay, but do you know what it smells like? No, because you've never paid attention. Do you know what it sounds like during the day, at nights, etc.? So it took people through this and actually made them part of writing that story. In a similar way, more recently, and this is still an ongoing project, we took people on an archaeological trip in the city of Sittard-Geleen, not to dig up the past, but actually dig up potential futures. And we already prepared some artifacts for them, which we used as discussion stimulants, basically. And so we dug up membership cards from organizations that don't exist yet. We dug up pipelines through which new circular economy-based materials would flow in the area, which is now predominantly also of chemical industry. Or we looked at new ways that pieces of houses, different types of housing units that would be built for multi-generational families, for example. And we used that in order to stimulate them to come up with some artifacts of their own as well. And from these fragments, we're actually going to construct, as I said, it's still ongoing, images of potential futures for that city. And by engaging people in this early stage in the discussion, they not only receive a voice, but they also receive actually influence, because those artifacts, those fragments are going to be the building blocks also for visioning teams in the local administrations, etc. So that's about engagement in a certain way. Now about building the future worlds in which we like people to immerse themselves. Stuart will recognize this one. Here he is. He was part of this experiment during the Design Research Society's meeting in Limerick in Ireland a few years ago, in which we dressed up a room in about 10 minutes to look a little bit spacey. But the idea was people were entering a therapy session for survivors of a crash of airplane, missile, can't even remember what the exact phrasing was. And the only thing that we found were artifacts from their personal belongings. And as amnesia set in as the traumatic experience was, we said, okay, these are some elements from your lives before the crash. Could you help us reconstruct your life and the world that you came from, the future world that you came from, through these fragments? Now, what we didn't tell people is that there was no real future to discover. There was no pre-written story. So in the end, each of them scripted their own future world, which they came from, based upon these artifacts. So it was kind of an experiment about how can you go about writing future scenarios in a very different way. And you can see from their faces that it was actually kind of like an experience also almost visceral, of finding yourself in somebody else's life, married to somebody else than you're normally married to, etc. So all these things that you bestranging experience actually led to a journey of discovery, a discovery of the future, a discovery that we also asked them to make explicit then through drawings. We wanted everybody, whether you were good at drawing or not good at drawing, to have the same handicap level. So we gave them only a big brush and some black paint. And that's what you had in order to express the future as you saw it. Building future worlds often goes towards a visual component or a narrative component. I've always been fascinated by the way in which writers, and I mean really good writers, literary writers, can utilize language as an instrument, can utilize simple words. They're almost the atoms from which they construct their worlds and they build their worlds. And this is something that we've explored in a fictional design performance, I would say, called the Neological Institute, in which we used the power of words to evoke future worlds. It was based upon a fictional story about an fictional institute, where the only reason of its existence was actually to come up with new words to inspire new worlds. And people would cut up existing words, put prefixes and suffixes to attach them to it. And through these new words, they would explore new worlds. Because bringing all these words together would create a new kind of, an understandable language from the current language point of view. But it would actually lead to a whole constellation of different words that actually would underpin different worlds. So the power of language, how could you come from this very simple atomic element of a word to a whole future world? This was a different kind of approach to building worlds, an experimental approach. But sometimes, as I mentioned, you also just want to immerse people in something that they can understand and that they can engage with directly in a prefabricated or predefined future in order to touch upon some dilemmas that you might want to explore. This is something we did last month in the city of Weert in Holland, where because of COVID-19, we couldn't bring people into a room, so we brought our future worlds into the physical world, and we set up screens on which we printed some stories, some elements of storylines, and scanning the QR code, they could listen to stories from future inhabitants of that specific spot. And they were always presented with 2 or 3 different versions of what that spot might look like. So it was actually a predefined, but a different way of exploring it. A little bit more subtle is something we did about 6 years ago, I think, during the interior design biennial in Kortrijk in Belgium, where we set up, we created 6 booths of fictional companies, but we didn't tell people they were fictional. Not because we wanted to trick them, but because we wanted an honest response. Each of these booths was for companies that didn't exist, but presented a project. Here you have a legal studio that deals with the legal issues of sharing spaces, finding itself on an interior design firm. And or you would have a technology company developing a tool that you could silence your social media interactions around the dinner table. You don't want to know how many moms and dads asked where they could buy it immediately. But what it showed actually is it gave us a lot of information about how ready are people to accept these things into their lives, or how ready is the world around them already shaping up to opportunities to fulfill those needs that apparently already exist. New materials. So there were a whole bunch of these, and it led to a week-long series of interactions where hundreds of people passed by that we could engage with, talking about how these things would fit into their lives or not, questions that they would have that would also inspire us to redesign perhaps some of these things. So it also gave almost direct design inspiration if you would engage in designing some of the stuff that we showed here in a fictional setting. You've touched upon it, Juan touched upon it, Stuart touched upon it, the importance also of, Anna Barbara as well, the importance of education in finding new ways to make people talk, discuss, debate about issues that are important for the future. I recently had the opportunity to spend a week at the Politecnico in Milan earlier this year to engage with students from the communication design program, for example. And I gave them a brief for the start of their week, saying there's a conference taking place at the end of the week, and it's called Plantelligences. And this is all about the intelligence of plants, about the post-anthropocentric world. And These are going to be some of the speakers and some of the topics. You're going to be that speaker. This is going to be your topic. Come up with something that brings above the table the argumentation lines, or actually the dilemmas that a post-anthropocentric worldview and imbued with synthetic biology and all kinds of other stuff could actually pose for such a conference. And in the end, there were some took you to the conference dinner party where lively discussions would take place. Others came up with different ways of dealing with existing UN agencies, for example, looking at plants on other planets. So it was a way of making them look at design not as a solutioning, but as a questioning instrument. Last but not least, ways of engaging people in discussions about topics that might affect them often happens by immersing them in something that has a degree of familiarity. That was touched upon by some of the previous speakers, by Stuart as well, that if you take something that is a placeholder that people know and you fill it with different futurized information, it's a good entry point often to engage them in a certain way. And this is exactly what we did during what you see here with the installation meeting of the 2050 Urban Assembly for the city of Adrestia, a non-existent city, but a so-called smart city that was dealing with some issues. And it was having this meeting, you could compare it to a board meeting with aldermen and alderwomen and the mayor, etc., or you could a meeting with inhabitants that would normally take place already today in any city, but the agenda was set in a different way. The people participating on the table were also in a different way. Now, good for you to realize is these people came unprepared. They entered the room and we asked them, okay, would you like an active role or would you just like to be part of the active audience, but still audience? And some just took place around the table and immediately they were given a different name, a different responsibility. This was Mr. Alvarez, who was head of moonshot legislation, and his mantra was to boldly go where no law has led before. How can we use legal instruments to push innovation rather than restrict abuse or maluse of certain contexts? And they would get kind of like a minimal, I wouldn't say script, but points that they would require to pay attention to during the meeting that would be led by one of us, me in this case. So we would present them the agenda, and in the end, after each agenda point, there would be a voting and a discussion about some of the dilemmas that came up. So we utilized an existing format, but filled it with different content. And it was a different way of engaging because a lot of these people in the room at that time had some kind of expertise or interest in the smart city development, but having to take on somebody else's skin or role forced them to look at it from a variety of perspectives. And that is actually what brought them into sync on that. Because of COVID-19, we also had to take some of these experimentations online or even in VR. This took place during the Participatory Design Conference in Manizales in Colombia in June, in which we received people in a virtual reality environment to have one of these post-anthropocentric rhizomatic assemblies in which they would look at issues that would arise from the plant world, from the animal world, in a time set in the future somewhere in which they would have a seat around the table, or people representing them would have a seat around the table to discuss what's good for the plants or what's good for the rhizome in the future, just as much as people, as humans would have. And so we took it in a different direction, but utilizing again that format. So about bringing more voices into the discussion, about immersing people in an environment that's partly predefined because you inspire them through some topics and some content, but at the same time is still sketchy enough for them to shape their own role into it, to write some part of that story themselves, to see not only their potential position, but also their agency in shaping that. Is we think a very powerful way to achieve a more in sync society, as we mentioned before on these points. So just to conclude, what is it, or what are some of the things that design brings to this discussion that foresight can benefit from, and vice versa? There's many ways you can look at this, but I think a few that we touched upon here is design definitely helps to make tangible that would otherwise remains abstract or just verbal. It provides ways of leading people into a process, about facilitating dialogue, about creating engagement to a certain level, and also about carrying research out while doing things, not doing research and then doing something, then the action follows. And there's many more of these ways that the design brings something to the table for foresight. What foresight brings to design, suppose some of the outcomes, and it was in some cases, whether it was the design of policy, whether it was design of space, whether it was the design of a product or a service, in many cases, if not all, it reframed the design brief. It led to a broader engagement of variety of stakeholders, not just the user, a user, or even multiple users. No, other people that might have an impact on not just the design, but also the context in what it might end up in. And that, I think, is where it also shifts the focus of designers to the afterlife of their designs. Just like an architect is responsible for the stability of his building X years into the future, as a designer, you might also consider it your societal responsibility to think through some of the issues that or the new questions, the new challenges that the very design that you've created might create in the world. And I think those are some of the ways in which both fields need one another and can nurture one another. And the three dots are just to say that there's a lot more in this area. And with this, I would like to leave it. And thank you very much for hanging in there for the during this lecture, and looking forward to meet you on another occasion.
Thank you very much, Nick. It's so brilliant to have you as the very last speaker, because you did the conclusion job for me. That was a brilliant conclusion and summary of what we have just shared among these four speakers, and also the key points. So I won't speak it out again. I would take that as an excellent conclusion for this whole session. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. And I'm now going to give the host back to Xiaqing.
Okay, thank you. Let's come back. Thanks to the moderator, Dr. Xue, and the four speakers of panel 3 for giving so varied sharing from different perspectives. Next, let's welcome our second keynote speaker today, Tu Shan. Professor Tu is the Associate Professor of Department of Environment Art Design, Academy of Arts and Design, Tsinghua University. Let's welcome Professor Tu.
Hello, everybody. Very nice to meet with you tonight, and it's my pleasure to share some of my works and thinkings with you. But as I will give my speech in Chinese, a little bit sorry about that. But hopefully we have interpreter online, so hope we can understand. Still get better understanding about what my speech. Okay, my topic is about technologies aesthesia. So I turn my language into switch to Chinese. 那我要讲的这个是技术的
So my topic today is technologies aesthesia. From a technological perspective, I will talk about the trend of design futures, which we should go back to the exhibition by Pudao, who provided such a sculpture exhibition in Tsinghua University. The Professor Zeng Changzhong from Tsinghua University gave a lecture on power and control, which also touched upon the power and control of sculpture. So we were shocked by this sculpture because in terms of autonomy, this is not scientific. However, through exaggeration, it shows the internal power, which is really shocking. When we compare with other sculpture, this is even more obvious. In addition to that, I've been teaching in Tsinghua University, and opposite to our building is the architecture designed by Murray Potter. We always ask why today we still use stone for building, and the details shown from the texture hasn't been changed for 1,000 years. Why we still are using this kind of details for architecture? I've received various answers to that, and then my reflection. Of course, tool is a kind of technology, but also restriction to us. These sculpture tools are very interesting. They may have different shapes and very simple. Through these simple tools, we have seen the sculpture by Pudao. Tools are also directional. Then Bocconi and other sculptures are also changing a lot. This is the contraction in size. We can see more and more sculptures are fragmented with the embodiment of technologies. So we have new technologies or direction of technologies. But of course, there are not that many technique-based sculptures, but those technique and technologies have big influence on the sculptures. In architecture, there are also similar issues. So the windmill is interacting with nature. The wind powers the windmill and turn the energy from nature to production. So this is a collaboration with nature. But also, we can see this in other fields like agriculture. We collaborate with nature when there's the rainfall, we have a harvest. And today, the technological advancement has changed our world. The two power plant designed, I like this very much. They can also play other role like a nuclear power station. The size of this. You are not sharing your screen.
Sorry about that. Okay. Okay, sorry. So let's start from our first.
你要反转一下。
Okay. So that's what I have talked. I just go through briefly about what I have spoken. Okay. So. Okay. So 这是我正在讲到这个。那么实际上就是说
So I was stopped here.
形态里面呢，实际上已经用全新的一种语言。
Architectures are being shown in different language. The power plant as more confrontational size and shape. The same with technology. the technologies are squeezing the nature instead of acquiring the energy from the nature. Of course, the sustainable development force us to go back to this natural energy like solar power, wind, mineral, and nuclear energy are also power from the nature. But we are confused using them right now. Go back to architecture. For example, pyramid and CCTV tower in Beijing. I believe they have fully reflected the change in the modern society. Previously, the pyramid was stacked with stones. The techniques was the best at that time. Even today, we could not imagine to establish such a architecture. At that time, from a religious perspective, the stones were stacked to be in alignment with the mountains, the nature. And today we have the CCTV tower in Beijing, which to a large extent ignore gravity. And it's no longer a bottom-up or top-down shape, but an O-shaped building. By comparison, we can see the technological capability has been greatly different from the past, and it is exhibiting something. What it is reminding us, I believe it is quite directional and an instruction. And I will share with you two of my installations to express my understanding on the topic. This is the installation for a Chinese brand mobile phone called Oppo, which is a latecomer. They invite me to collaborate on this project. Hopefully, through my understanding of Oppo, I could innovate the concept or the branding of Oppo and put it into their exhibition. There was no restraint on my design. I spent one whole year to design this installation.
In the very early beginning, it was very simple because they were trying to express the extreme beauty. There is edge but no border. And we started with this idea, and there are two small components. The first component, I call it the fog palace. It is a maze that is composed of glasses panels. And when you walk into it, it's just like a Sudoku or maze. And through this maze, they will go to the elevator and come to the second floor. And it is completely transparent, but the moment you step into it with the gravity trigger, the glass panels will become opaque. So it comes from when you come across this line, and you will feel as if you are lost because there's no border, no seam. It's just like a technology. When you look at it from distance, it's very clear, but when you go into it, you are lost. So there is the Chinese saying that the reason you don't recognize this mountain because you are in this mountain. That is the philosophy of the Asian Chinese. So this is a philosophy of your slide is frozen, and
意思，哎，这个我这儿看的还挺好的。
对对。
I'm looking at the right page right now.
是吧？
You are not playing. You are not changing your slides just now. Can you use the PDF at my side?
不太一样，而且我还有视频在里面。
对。
I also have a video embedded in it.
If it's work or not 啊，重新来分享一下。可以看到吗？
可以。
哎呀
I'll see. Yes.
那我还是从这儿过一下。
还是刚才的。
I'll start here.
PPT 还是桌面
？PPT.
Are you sharing your slides or the tabletop? Can you share with us your tabletop? You didn't see anything, or it was frozen at the pyramid. Oh my gosh. I will stop sharing. It's fine now, right?
这应该没问题，是吧？
It should be fine now, right?
就是上面有个切换屏幕，你切换一下。第3个按钮是切换屏幕。
The third button is for the shift of screens.
哦，明白。因为我有2个屏幕，所以可能是不是第2个
I have 2 screens. Maybe this is the second screen. Maybe you need to close one screen.
不好意思。可以吗？
可以了。
可以了啊。好。
It's fine now.
那五武功我还是讲到这个。那么它
The Fog Palace. This is the layout of the first floor, and it's a maze, and it's composed of electrified glass. After the exploration inside the maze, we can arrive at another place and take the elevator to the second floor. And we made a small mock-up of this installation. But because of the COVID-19, we failed to finish this installation because the shopping mall became slow, and they decided not to implement this idea. So it served as the experiment. There are 81 small cubes, and we divided into different units. At the first floor, after you arrive at the second floor, we had another design. This is a place where you find your inner peace. So we allow in some light. And this is an optical facility, but I'm not the optical artist. It's in the shape of the mobile phone, just like Barbara said. In the movie Wall-E, everybody is looking at the screen, and the mobile phone is something we cannot live without. According to the survey, about 70 to 50% of the people will take out their mobile phone at some point. 50%. will also take out their mobiles when they got any opportunities. So mobile phone is something that we cannot live without, and we can lie down. And you can see that the ceiling light in some sunlight. We chose a very interesting venue. This is the Parkview Green of Beijing, and Beijing is a very commercial city. And at the palace, there was a big screen. The screen is a ceiling of this palace. The reason we selected this venue was because that when we at the entrance, it is just opposed to the screen. This screen is 30 meters in width and 240 meters in length. It's a very busy commercial street. You can lie in the box and look at this screen. It's not the real sky, it's the sky inside the screen. So this is something like the opposite to what Barbara said. It seems like you are looking at a beautiful sky, but the sky is fake. And this is the first case study about the relationships between exploration and border. And this year there is the workshop. The theme of this workshop is design boundary. We join hands with the School of Life Science of Tsinghua University. And they are from different disciplinary background, not only architects but also the artists. On one hand, we are discussing the revolution in AI brought about by AI. And the second is the way we experience the space is different. When everything is online, what's the purpose of our body, and how do we maintain the experiences of our body? And this is a very general topic. And everybody shared the different perspective. Yu Li is the professor of the School of Life Science, and his specialty is in cell, and especially the cell organ. And Guo Chenglong, who is the doctor. First of all, some other installations in 751 is related to the School of Life Science. I discussed a lot with Professor Yu Li. These were finished between 2010 to 2015. The focus was on global warming, and the blue one in the middle with an altitude of, its name is altitude 66 meters. After the melting of the ice, the ocean will increase by 66 meters, and altitude of Beijing is 26 meters. So we simulated the sea level in relation to Beijing. There is a chimney, and the chimney was 43 meters. And we also came up with a very interesting app that is to picking up litters. the garbage will reach the top of the chimney. There is a nest of the birds in the nest. So the app is the game of the app is to save these birds. That was back in 2014. Everybody was playing with the games on their home mobile phone to prevent the increase of the sea level. At the end of the game, everybody came here to take one balloon away with them, so that we don't have to recycle those balloons. And also because of global warming, and the jellyfish became larger, and those are all the scenarios that we talked about with Yu Li. We also have the inflated facility in 751. And this is Dr. Yu Li, Professor Yu Li. And he made a very interesting speech. It's irrelevant to design, but we think that the technology is very important for the direction of design. It will partially decide the future of design. The progress of the technology will influence the direction of change. Professor Yu Li was talking about the evolution of AI and the human being. He was very optimistic, and he thought that ultimately human can have a very good control of AI, and AI ultimately contribute to the well-being of a human being. And Professor Guo made something interesting. He talked about how do we look at the world. There are more than 600 diseases, and there are only 300 types of medicine. He put forward the idea of the frozen electron microscope to look at the structure of the new cells or viral to make human immortal. And his topic or discussion was that whether or not human being can be immortal. He was very optimistic, and he thought that the carbon-based biology will lose to the silicon-based biology. In the future, human will eventually merge with the machine. So that is 100 or 200 years later.
It's extremely difficult to forecast the future 100 or 200 years ago with existing context. The social, economic structure and designs under that circumstance will be impossible for us to imagine. And to put it easier, we can have some expectation towards 30 years or 50 years later. And here we can see 3 installations in the hall, which is called L equals C. By Chaofan group, we have an interaction to talk about the relationship between technology and mankind. And this is the behavior in combination with the installations. These 3 figures from Chaofan group play 3 different roles. One is person, second one is God, and the third one is animal. So they jointly play the relationship between mankind and technology. And this installation is called L equals C. We plan to put it in the 751 park to release. And this is still about the topic of boundary. So whether technology is a restraint or promotion of our existence. We have artificial bones something like that. So this technology is deeply embedded into our life or even our bodies. As Barbara said, the human evolution in the future will not only be about the appearance, but also the genes would evolve as your diet changes. So what is our attitude? This I equals C is not a formula, but the space dimension L is the small isolation, and equal means parallel. So here, this is a parallel world. A world without crossing, they can reflect each other, but the reality and this world has no crossing point. This is the most unstable structure for architecture. When we finish the installation, they just shake to a little bit. That's why we have to add a steel frame to fix it. So this reality also shows the vulnerability of this equal. And L is directional about value. It provides a very firm structure and maintains both openness and defense. This is a value-based judgment, and then C is close to perfection, but there is still an exit, and it's not that free to enter and exit from C. So here, this reflects more diversity, and it is close to an ego world. Let's have a look at the video.
This
video is too big, so I don't know whether you have seen the whole video clip.
我就说我是不是看的全，因为它这个
是全，是全。
Yes, we see the complete video clip.
我这儿看到是一个半拉的，不好意思啊。C 看不到我这儿。
You can't see C here, right? Yeah, only half C. Sorry for that.
Okay.
让您分享桌面试一下，就是
对，或者你就
Maybe you can try to share the desktop with us.
好的，那我这个很短的一个片子，实际上有个
Very short video clip. There's a story I'd like to share with you. Even though we prepared this installation during the forum, but it was in a rush, and in operation there were a lot of problems. When it was shown, we had a very big challenge. So the whole system broke down. And this video was edited. For most of the time, it was so dark. We could not see the change of a light or the interaction from the sensing panel. For us, this was awkward. However, I believe it demonstrates the relationship between mankind and the machine, because those figures were not affected by this failure at all. Even at a dark environment, they complete their performance. Even they didn't sense the breakdown. And then we took it as an inspiration, which fully shows the relationship between mankind and the machine. Every time when I invented a installation, there would be some bug. So the success was mainly attributed to those players there. So in this installation, there were some sensing devices and also electronic elements like the electronic glass. And this installation, L equals C, should be very simple, a cube, but with something missing, so it forms the L equals C, which lacks I and O. If we make it a I shape, it needs even firmer support. I think this will be technology driven. Even one piece of glass could support the whole installation. For O shape, it is a completely enclosed structure. Here we'll see more self-reflection and relatively rich life, and that life. Of course, these two are not shown in the installation. I think the better element is a binary control, switch on, switch off. Of course, in the future, we will choose the world of one. The best world we would like to imagine is the world of all possibilities. That is all for my part. Thank you for your attention. Actually, I don't quite like this kind of format. I hope I could meet all of the speakers today in Tsinghua University later on, so that we can have better discussion. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Professor Fu. Thank you, Professor Tu.
Thank you.
Professor Tu, for your deconstruction of the quarters of the square. In fact, it's very impressive lecture. Thank you again.
Okay.
Now let's welcome Professor Fu Zhiyong, the Vice Director of China-Italy Design Innovation Hub, Tsinghua University, to launch up the new infrastructure for innovation.
好的，那我分享一下屏幕。那大家好，那么我们作为本场的最后一个项目，
As the last item on the agenda for the first half, I will share with you this innovation initiative. As the co-sponsor of this conference, China-Italy Design Innovation Hub was established as the witness of the leaders of both China and Italy, which is Science and R&D Center established in Milan, Italy, and in Tsinghua University's global strategy, this hub is regarded as a hub for innovation and R&D. It also serves as a bridge for China-Italy friendship, covering talent gathering, innovation capability, and connecting the two markets. This China-Italy Design Innovation Hub is located in Milan, which is just opposite to the Politecnico di Milano. It is a green and environmentally friendly building. The main positioning of this hub is to provide connection between China, Italy, and other European countries in terms of education, joint research, youth innovation, and cultural exchange. For academic background, we connected education, finance, economy, design, and focusing on the integration of art and technology and design-driven innovation. This hub has measured the Milan base in China, serving as a platform to collaborate with the local government. This measure hub is located in areas closely related with the industrial development and international collaboration. In this hub, we emphasize the integration of technology, design, and leadership.
To develop the innovative talents, and we combine the governments, the universities, and industries so that we can establish a partnership ecosystem. And it was introduced in previous presentation that we design the future from the perspective of innovation. The basic modules include education, research, as well as the overseas bases as resources. We are dedicated to build the innovative for Silicon Valley. You can see that from research to network to design to the shows and exhibitions. These are our core capabilities to support the module of the hub. We need to have a new infrastructure. This new infrastructure centers around innovation. This is this demonstration of our plan for the new infrastructure. As a matter of fact, it is an innovative idea to space and ecology that empower the cooperation between industry, university, and research institute. And this is innovative platform for the city to build the preferable future with online and offline activities. With the development of smart city, smartness has touched upon all aspects of our life, but there are a lot of unsolved problems. The new infrastructure will breathe new life into the city. Our infrastructure, including network of talents, innovation lab, and also design resources, library, and all kinds of talents in different backgrounds, such as designers and engineers and architectures come up together with new ideas, and they can share their ideas and to have a brainstorm. And will introduce them into the process of innovation. This laboratory will allow different activities of the innovators. Our laboratory has online and offline components. They are distributed all over the world in the laboratories of the universities around the world and R&D centers for the enterprises as well as the design studios. And they can have the creation fusion through online activities, and they create a very innovative and active atmosphere. This is a set of new tools based on the professional design and the technologies. We put forward the theoretical tools, design tools, and repositories. The futurology tools, including all kinds of tool sets, and provide the more humanized design for the innovators. Design tools provide the tools for the research and for their exploration, and the repositories also provide all kinds of resources and provide them with the case studies, the future signal libraries, and the character portrait, etc., so that the design doesn't have to start with zero. And the research and realization. Now we have different types of projects, different life cycles of projects, and different combination of the talents. We can connect the different parts of along the reaching of innovation. And our laboratories allow the public spaces for the designers with new infrastructures. We can have colorful practices and performance from 2013 to 2018. We have the summer break workshop, and in the same year, we have the international competition of innovation and help the innovators to dig into their ideas. And we also have the Tsinghua plus Stanford project, and we also inaugurated the Design Partnership 2.0. And the new infrastructure is our technological support. The innovators and the new infrastructure will come to your city together and provide new contribution to city. As an open platform, we welcome more partners joining us. There will be open source, co-created, intelligent, and diversified future. This video is part of the work that we've been doing right now. The whole module, including the resources, the laboratories, the talents. It's fair to say that the design resources are something that we've been doing along the way. We also have different tools and repositories, and the procedures make it smarter and provide more software and tools for the innovators and designers, from the design space to the platform to the UN Lab and the Live Lab. And these are all the models that we are implementing. And we also have the online, offline combining methods. We have transdisciplinary resources, and also the mentors from enterprises and research institutes. We work with the experts who have the right background and come up with the platform so that we can empower the designers and the mirror basis. So this is the new infrastructure for innovation, and also share this with our mirror station at the China Italy Innovation and Design Hub, and we're looking forward to the joining of more resources with the open source, co-creative, and intelligent way to realize our purpose of design. Thank you very much.
好的。
Thanks, Professor Fu. Welcome everybody to following the development of the new infrastructure for innovation. Okay, that's all of the first half of today's agenda. At Beijing time, 19 a.m., we will continue the second half of today. So see you later. Bye-bye.
See you.
夏晴你在吗？
我在的，我在的。
一会儿。我就是如果要是共我就可以共享，对不对？
对，你现在可以试一下。
哎呀，我看一下。Sharing, bring the shell to. 图圈。它为什么显示的是 sharing is paused? Bring
您这台电脑就是曾经共享过这个 Zoom 系统？我问一下有没有办法打开？
那个你们现在能看到，但是是我的 rehearse，
是您的整个您
现在好了吗？我现在已经共享了。
我这边是白屏，
应该可以了。
对，您这边好像网络比较慢，
其他
然后声音也有点卡，断断续续的。
怎么办呢？我现在在酒店，那
卡出去了吗？
现在好一些吗，夏晴？
您多说点。
我是这样的。OK， 我现在就共享一下视频哈，我看一下能不能。
没问题。这会儿
看见吗？你们
屏幕没问题的，非常流畅。
然后，因为我现在是连的4G。
比刚刚好多了。就是
好多了对吧？那个酒店的那个 WiFi 可能不稳定。好，那我下个东西。行，那一会儿就用4G 吧。
好的，您试一下视频。
我试一下视频，我这里面有视频吗？有，等一下啊。好，视频这个 GIF 是可以放的，然后看一下，这个地方可以，
没问题，
没问题，好，
可以的，
好，行，那我先退出来啊，我再调整一下，
好嘞，没问题。 宋老师在吗？
在。
宋老师。
是谁？
宋老师。
是我还是谁？
宋老师。
夏老师好，夏老师好，我在呢。
好。设成联系主持人。
夏老师，听不到我说话？
啊，可以的。麻烦把中文速记设成联系主持人。
好的，稍等，马上。
好嘞，谢谢。啊，我写错了，不是中文速记。中文录屏，还抢人家活。宋老师，不好意思，是中文录屏，我刚刚写错名字了。
好的，没问题。
是中文录屏啊。
好嘞。
麻烦了。
夏晴，是你的猫在叫吗？又不稳定啊！哎呀。
这边的中文录屏的权限好像还是没有给，显示的是请向主持人申请会议录制权限。宋老师。
夏老师，我在设置，稍等，马上。
宋老师在吗？
我在呢，夏老师，我在设置，稍等，马上。
请把中文录屏设为联系主持人。
好的，夏老师，我正在设置，稍等，马上设置好。
好的。我们的会议马上就要开始，请所有的工作人员做好准备。好，那我们现在会议正式开始。
We're going to start.
International Conference on Design Futures. I'm Xia Qing. This evening we will have 2 keynotes and 1 panel. So now let's come to the first keynote given by Professor Zhang Li, who is the associate professor of Guangdong University of Technology, Department of Industrial Design, School of Art and Design. Today, she will give us the talk, The Speculative Turn of Emerging Design Practices. Let's welcome Professor Zhang Li.
好的，大家好，我先共享一下我的屏幕。
Good evening. I'm going to share my screen first.
现在 OK 吗？夏晴
Can you see my screen fine? Yes.
各位，我要说观众的话，好像有点不习惯。各位朋友，大家
Dear friends, good afternoon, good evening. I welcome you to join us at the 2020 Design Future International Conference. First of all, I'd like to thank Tsinghua University and China Italy Design and Innovation Hub, as well as the work of Professor Fu Zhiyu and his team. And today I'm going to talk about the speculative transformation of emerging design practice. Is related to my study in the past 5 years. In the past few years, I did a lot of translation and introduction. In 2015, I translated confrontational design, and 2017, I translated the critical design, and also translated speculative design and discursive design. And I have accumulated certain experiences which bring me to the realization of something in common. And this is something that is still ongoing. What I'm going to share with you today is not mature, but it's still very constructive. I'd like to show you some of my thoughts and update my study. My presentation will fall into 4 parts. The first is the context of the emerging design. Context may have different perspectives, and I have selected the topics of the Anthropocene and the infiltration of new technologies. And against this context, I'm going to share with you something I'm interested in, the 4 kinds of designs, including the post-human design, the feminist speculative design, discursive design, and the speculative fabulation. These 4 kinds of designs, they may have other perspective of interpretation. But these are something that I've been following up in the past few years, and it can reflect the 3rd topic of today, which is the transition of design to the direction of speculation. The last one is an open discussion. The topic that we have today features uncertainty. One thing is certain in the future is that the future is uncertain. And without further ado, I'm going to share with you the first concept, the Anthropocene. This is a geological concept that is the ideology that centers around the human and also the impact of human activities on the geology and the ecology. And the impact is irreversible and catastrophic. And when we talk about the ecological design and the sustainable design, they are all constituted against the background of the Anthropocene. We cannot reverse the impact of the human beings, but I like the poet of a poem of the poet from Russia. He said that the best way out is through because the result of the Anthropocene is that we cannot go backward, we can only move on. That is the only way for us to move on, but not in the way that we dealt with the world, not in the conventional direction of thought in designing. We need a new paradigm. We need to have a replacement for our plan. For the interpretation of the traditional design, there is the philosophy of human-centered, or user-centered, or user-friendly. It goes through the whole process of design, including the core thinking of design thinking is how to understand this person. But in order for us to face up the challenge of Anthropocene, there is a consensus that human is not the only enabler of the world. Against this background, there is the reflection, that is object, thing, matter, stuff, centered thought. And this is some thought from the design. Object is easy to understand. In English, we have the term artifact, and we find the corresponding concept, including object, things, matter, stuff, artifact. From the perspectives of linguistics, all the 5 words represent something similar. For example, object. When we are referring something as object, it is something that we are dealing with, and human is subjective, and that thing is objective. And the thing is more like the event. The relationships between human and the thing is closer than the relationship between human and object, matter. Stressed on the physical constitute of a thing, and stuff is more general. It's not to endow any emotion or color to this thing in front of us. An artifact is used frequently, especially in it refers to the artificial products. Artifact stresses on the willingness of people that are imposed on the nature, and as a result, an artifact is generated. Above mentioned concept reflects one feature, that is object-centered, because, as I said, that the Anthropocene is human-centered, and the consequence is very bad. And our train of thought is that in order for us to make things worse, we need to consider something that beyond people. That is object. In 1992, Ratur once wrote, it should be 1992. And where is the missing masses? Or the dark matter, or the lost substance, and appealing for the attention of human beings to objects, and objects and things can shoulder the possibilities of ethics, because we do not want to repeat the mistakes we made. So it has become a very important direction of thought. Why I talked about the speculation, because speculation stressed on the fact that the traditional ideas is the optimistics for the technological progress without any doubt, but the preconditions of technologies need to be speculated and tested. So in the post-Anthropocene era, the focus is not that technologies will make life better. The traditional way is that technologies make things better. For example, in 5G era, how do we make the city and household smarter? The technology is positioned as something harmless, only generate progress and something positive. But nowadays, we look at it with critics and suspicion whether technologies can make life better. If it can, how should we do? And if it cannot, how do we take countermeasures? That's another very interesting thing. Whether human is the only players that can be the only human is the only actioner in the era where the technology brings smartness. There is the school of thought that is the objectivation of human, and that is the ethics of related to object. In the field of design, the change is more terminal. I have this conclusion that in our design, we validate the new idea, new practice. For example, when we read the history of design, you may see that there are some standards and the principles in modern design, but if you put it into the bigger pictures against the background of the philosophy of human beings and the evolution of human beings, we will find that the changes happening to design usually happens later than others. So in the field of design, the reflection of the human being is likewise happened later than other things. For example, in 2007, in the world of English language, there were a lot of notions that things centered design or event-centered design or the more than human-centered design.
Later, I will talk about this again. Actually, in philosophy, there is the root we can identify for this modern human-centered design. However, talking about the design, we should not completely separate from a human, no matter it's ultra human-centered or dehuman-centered. We still need to have something to do with humans. And even thin ethnography is to relax on the human intention to see the role played by things in culture. Based on this change in design practice, now we have the post-human or human decentralization. For design, it's impossible to dehuman, but we could shift the center. For example, in my report, I will share with you some cases which emerged recently. But since we have such a theoretical analysis and a review, with such a perception, the post-human era, we could have a more comprehensive view of design. For example, years ago, there was the AI-dominated design called the incredible inventions of intuitive AI. So with AI, you give the parameters like the width and the length, and then it's designed by AI. The result could not be controlled by designers, which means you could not fully expect the final result. A number of teams, for example, Professor Zhou Sheng is leading such a team on this AI-dominated generative design. I think we could understand this issue from the post-human perspective. The second part of my report will be the analysis of this emerging design practice. I have to make it clear that this is not an exhausted list. The list is being extended indefinitely, and this is help us to understand the emerging design practice. So, in the part of post-human design, I'd like to share with you this design, which is from the United Micro Kingdom by Dan and Rabi. At the end, there was this speculation of the future United Kingdom. So the ecological reality has been achieved, especially the biosynthesis technology is mature. The government investment in biology has led to a coexisting world between human and nature. So people can customize the energy based on their needs and customize the transportation means. So speed and efficiency will no longer be the traditional values, but how to more effectively and more sustainably use energy. That is the key in this fictional future. So human will not be the only player, which means the traditional design should be expanded from human-centered perception. So man should have a clear view of their own energy needs and reposition the society. So it's no longer most important to have a high speed, but to customize the means of transportation. So this is different from the traditional human-centered or efficiency-centered thinking. And the second is feminist speculative design. Feminism is also a topic I was dedicated to for my PhD dissertation. And in Tongji today, I was sharing the study of feminist design history. We find that in the future, especially when biotechnology is getting more mature, the social impact of this biotechnology will be very uncertain. We could not make a forecast. So speculative design should be based on this context to construct the future scenario. If you are interested in this designer, you could log on to her website. In 2012, there was a work called I Want to Be a Shark, because at 34 years old, she was pregnant suddenly, but she was not prepared to be a mother. And she said, as a body, I would not like to have one more baby, but this reproductive capability is highly important, especially for those species in danger. Of course, it's impossible to give birth to a lion or a tiger, but could have the plan to give birth to a shark. That's why she used this work to trigger the thinking on the relationship between people and the environment. And also she had another design of I want to be a dolphin. And she used this work to describe the process of giving birth to a dolphin in the sea. And in the sharing this afternoon in Tongji, I talk about the feminist speculative design. One of the features is that most of the designers are female and they are good at using the female body as an important discursive resource to speculate or to fabricate, communicate, or to do anything, as long as it is based on this specific, unique gender being. So long as it could empower the gender being. In my opinion, this can be regarded as the feminist speculative design. And the third one would be my focal point today, that is object-oriented design. It's quite interesting. It comes from a theoretical theory, that is object-oriented ontology. The reason it is called ontology because this term emphasizes the hierarchy of people and objects. Of object-oriented design, the footprint of human beings are quite weak. When I was giving class, I shared this case. So there are so many software programs to define the parameters and set up the scenarios. And also people can enter the scenario, for example, in Spring, Dream. Then the machines, based on the algorithm and context set, or the object selected. For example, you could select the vegetable, the telescope, or firefighter. Then, also based on your identity and parameter you selected, the program will generate a scenario. From the symbolistic perspective, they can make sense, which is based on human beings. But in this process of generation, the human intervention or ideological intervention is so weak. The object-oriented design is different from object-oriented ontology in that even though this is object-oriented design, could not completely get rid of the human experience. The object-oriented design is mainly coming from an emerging dynamic theory called speculative realism, of which one important school is object-oriented ontology. 4 main representatives. Today, I will only talk about one of them, called Graham Harman. And he has published a book called A New Theory of Everything. The basic principles in this book, the object has a reality which is not dominated by human beings. And also this is included in the neo-materialism. So here it emphasized the rule of existence for objects. You cannot connect it with upstream or downstream. For example, in the book there's an example, the traffic jam. Can you say it's caused by a specific car? And actually, it is caused by all the cars on the road, right? So if you understand the cars from perspective of a traffic jam, you will see this is the extra part of cars. So the object sometimes could not be fully expressed by the component. Or in other words, the totality of the objects does not equal to the total object.
那个现实是没有办法去 attach 到任何一辆车上的。所以这是第一个，就是物它存在的这种世界有它自己的一个独立性，这种独立性是不依赖于。
So this object existence has its own independence, which is not dependent on the human beings.
它是一个不是我们刚刚说的那个 object。
However, human belief
我们说以前的人跟自然
object
整体都把它归结为
also has something to do with people, with man.
万物是平等的，所以也有人把误导。
And man is a part of the object.
的本体论就是我们传统的哲学当中，人
The traditional or conventional philosophy divide man and objects as subjective and objective. But in this object-oriented ontology, people and objects are in a flattened world.
因此，这样一个思路呢，就很好去拓展了我们。
So this helped to expand the expression of a relationship between objects and people in another dimension. This is a quite old example, which I like very much. It's by Joris Salomon, a designer from the Netherlands. And he uses this parametric design method, a shared experience of designing and manufacturing of the car's door in the German process. Since the door will be opened for many times, so that connector must be strengthened. And for this chair, the design and manufacturing process also strengthens certain weak links. For other parts, it is random. So the computer generates the final result, which is out of control by the designer. And this can also be expressed in architecture. There's a lot of discussion on the next generation architecture. This is also generated by computer on the left hand. It's architecture model calculated by software.
是需要去把控的。那其他的部分，你随意，就是你计算机有一个自己的一个灵活的处理。然后左边的这两套很像。
On the left, there are two installations. It's very difficult to define whether it's a fashion or product or equipment. This is the work of Neri Oxman in 2014. And this is a lady that who triggered a very hot topic just not long ago. The architects and engineers and designers, they will put in some microbes in the fabrics. The microbes, they will grow according to the exterior environment. For example, whether it's in city or in the desert, and how is the circulation of the blood flow, and the microbials will start to grow. And this is the unpredictable visual result. I'll show you a short video. It is very interesting because this is the very good reflection of no-oriented design. Too late. What is the interaction that this box needs for me to open it? It's impossible for us to know it in advance because this is a scenario that is a highly unstable. The interaction between human and object is more interesting. I talked a lot about the emerging trends in the human object release and in the design of object, there are a lot of a factor of the and something that is very difficult to describe. The first thing that I want to talk with you is the discursive design. What is discursive design? The concept that is very close to discursive design include the design for debate, reflective design, or interrogative design. They only have one purpose. I want to show you a case study. We'll look at this. I can see you face to face with you. This is a water bottle. It's very easy for you to speculate that this is a water bottle, but when I take this water bottle around, if people do not know me well, they will be confused and they will ask me, what's this? My first reaction is that this is a water bottle, and later on I found that many people will ask me what it is, why they are confused, because there is something new and something inspiring. This category of design, there is the channel of communication that has been opened between human and object. There is the French anthropist. He said that some things are kept, some are not because they are delicious, because the very beginning that animals select something is because they can serve as food, but also there are some things that good for think, because I'm not certain whether my thinking is effective and intact. So this is a very core concept. We use the object as the medium for us to open a channel of communication. It is consistent with object objected oriented ontology. Based on this paradigm, the only thing that we need to consider is communication, or in the discursive design, the core idea it wants to reflect is that everything can be communicative, and it is said by famous people that the world is composed of communication, not by people. When we consider a social problem, we should see more than a person. We need to see the activities. Because I also teach sinology, and in sinology, we study the process of making signs. So in the semiotics, we will try to express with signs and what is the meaning of this object, and what is the perspectives of the users in the discursive design. The core output is the meaning. It's like to establish the communication between an object and a person through the object. So we want to know what is the meaning of this object. I think I have gone out over time. Lastly, I'd like to talk about the paradigm and reflection. This is the article about the 3 transformations in human-machine interaction, and it pointed 3 waves of changes in this process. I noticed that Madam Xiaxing is already here. When we talk about the emerging design, in terms of the relationships between the object and human being and the time and the space, there are some differentiated changes. I will not dwell upon it. I will have some papers about this. Ending. This is the quote from Deleuze and Gattari. He said that we no longer believe in the primordial totality that once exists, or in the final totality that awaits us at some future date. We can't find the answer from people or from object. Maybe the answer is in between, or is the perspective of the object without factoring human. This is the book that I have authored, and many of the content that I introduced from this book. With that, I thank you very much, Xiaqing. Please bear with us, because I don't see Madam Zhongfang here. So can you elaborate on the 3 transformations? I will jump back into this part, because I think it looks very interesting. Yes, this meant to be the focus of this presentation. This was an article in 2017, and this article was rejected, and they kept revising this article. And in this article, they pointed out that there are changes in the human-machine interaction. They want to understand the possibilities of human-machine interaction. I will skip the first 2 rounds of changes. For example, look at the object as a tool, and the experimental list is the basis of these philosophies. About the cognitive science, the transformation of the paradigm is already very close to what we have nowadays, such as service design and interactive design. But in 2017, he said that in the future, more emphasis will be on the constitution of meaning, and the object is going to be the medium that connects the human and the object. It has its meaningless, and we will constitute our behavioral actions on the basis of this meaning, and we will interpret this meaning accordingly. The third wave of transformation give rise to a lot of design, such as the ludic or slow design, or design for fun. There are some very poetic transformation, and I want to share with you another possible change. The previous 3 are from engineering to cognitive to phenomenological. And the 4th wave, I put the X here, because I'm thinking this is also something that I want to talk to you to see if I can get some feedback. The 4th wave for speculative transformation, whether or not it's possible, because there is the wave of the speculative realism. We can have an alternative space and time. So here, if you look closely, you will notice that speculation was translated into another word, Chinese word. We think that speculation is a very basic dimension. Speculation is the caution and the critical attitude towards the new trend. But this is also the way of interaction. It is based on the tangible technological rationale to speculate the future technologies and the possible consequences. And in the practice of this emerging design, because of the updating of human object interaction, the object is pulled back into the center of the focus. It will give rise to a lot of fun, because we believe that a human is superior to object, because you are not aware of the attributes of object. But if we can include the object into our sphere of attention, we can have a new equilibrium about the object, the target of interaction. In the post-human design, the speculative design or the object-oriented design, the object is designed to inspire you to talk about something. It is to inspire a dialogue. There is a space of uncertainty. And the designers seems in the past the designers has the final say, but in an emerging way of design, they will leave the answer open.
Based on this, I think there may be the fourth wave or fifth wave term. This term might be further discussed. There might be some angle, but whether it is a turnaround, it needs more examination and observation. Thank you. Thank you very much for this quite in-depth explanation.
Okay, thanks to Professor Zhang's sharing from the perspective of speculating. Now, let's welcome to Dr. Zhong Fang to chair the panel for Future Empowerment. Dr. Zhong is the co-coordinator of Design for Social Innovation and Sustainability Lab, Academy of Arts and Design, Tsinghua University. Now let's welcome Dr. Zhong Fang to chair.
Good evening, good afternoon. Thank you. And I'm very honored to have the panel 4. Okay, my camera.
you can play the...
I will be the moderator of the session 4, the design empowerment. And I would like to introduce a bit about myself. I'm from the Eco Design Institute of the Academy of Arts and Design of the Tsinghua University, and also I'm the co-coordinator of the DESI Lab of Tsinghua University. Our first speaker of this session is Dr. Yuan Berlin. And Dr. Yuan Berlin now is currently assistant professor and faculty member at the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. He's also the Ignite Innovation Program leader and convener of the design economies. Tonight, he will give a lecture with the title of the Foresight with Design, Life-Centric Future Thinking and Scenario Building Perspectives for Industry Incubations. Welcome, Dr. Berlin.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the kind introduction, and good evening to Asia, to our colleagues in the US or North America, early morning, and of course to our European colleagues an afternoon. Delighted to be invited for this conference, which I guess couldn't have been timed more appropriately given all things we have been through over the last several months, and not least to worry about what actually may be on the horizon in terms of the bigger challenges yet ahead. It is fair to say that everyone in business primarily, or in any organization for that matter, has been consumed over the last several months to go back to the drawing boards and to, as such, I guess, reimagine what the future might be, what it will mean to the organization and its inhabitants, but also, I guess, what it may likely wanting to be, in other words, a desired perspective. So again, thank you very much to Tsinghua University, Carnegie Mellon, but also Politecnico Milano for inviting me. I feel I'm part of this community of practice that we have now been establishing for the last several years. But I'm really pleased to see that we have a common forum here that I hope will continue next year and so forth. I am going to be speaking today less about theory, but more about the application of design and foresight, or foresight and design. My primary focus here is the intersection between business and strategic decision-making, and I'm hoping to use it in the context of the hyperconnected world that we're living in, or complexity. It is the place that I am. Greetings from Hong Kong. Many of you have probably been visiting us and been through our campus, which is a city campus, this wonderful building we've been now inhabiting for the last 5 years plus, designed by Zaidi, probably one of her last projects. But it is truly an inspiring building that I guess suggests we mean innovation. It's not coincidentally called the Innovation Tower. It has a number of great facilities, not least workshops, and 1,400 student capacity for bachelor's to master's, and we have about 100 plus PhDs, either in residence or in part-time study mode. So we are well placed, not least also in this part of the world, of course, a significant backdrop to a living laboratory that we are relating things to. For myself, very briefly, I've grown up in the continental European environment, northern part in Germany. I felt there was a bigger place to be had, to be seen. I aspired to become a global citizen quite early in my life, and as such took advantage to live in different cities. And I think, unbeknownst to me, of course, realized how significant the cultural interactions, the learning on the ground, but also I think the cross-exposure to different type of speeds, be it in industry or be it in societal development, really meant to understand global complexity. I was probably quite fortunate as a result of it to have worked for many organizations in different sectors of the economy and also in different stages of their development. And I think as a more maturing executive in the end that took sort of on leadership and decision-making responsibilities, it was quite daunting on me to realize how little we identified with the future. We did have vision statements, we had mission statements, but very rarely did we really try to visualize and indeed communicate what these futures are likely to be, or we wished it to be. And there was a bit of a sense also that we lacked the creativity or indeed the tools to be able to develop tangibility around future visions that we felt probably would be a lot more compelling to staff and members of the extended community to understand what we were trying to aim for. One particular point to me in observation was that we rarely also questioned the understanding of the different time horizons upon us. And I think this little diagram here I developed quite early on was sort of trying to map out what is a primary concern for most organizations, the product service innovation realm, which sort of suggests that we're out there to meet market needs, consumer needs, and by doing so, of course, are more living in the present or the near future. There were certainly consultancies been around for many years that have been looking further ahead, analyzing megatrends, and as such, I guess, have made us aware of technology and implications and market trends and what have you. But they were kind of been an isolated group that kind of took it on themselves to make sense of what the future might hold. And of course, those large organizations who've been practicing foresight now for the many decades, Shell probably the most notable one, but any of the other large durable companies that have a longer radar in mind. However, in my living at the intersections of business and innovation and I guess future thinking, I realized there was a big gap. No one really gave much attention to the 5 to 10 year horizon. And I think for me, that was part of the challenge that I took on to say, we need to do something about it. As I developed a deeper understanding of what foresight meant and what design, of course, is and has become, there was something also I realized, and now more so, I guess, being in an academic position, that we rarely cross into a different discourse to understand what they might have discovered or used as approaches, tools, techniques, methods, in order to perhaps cross-borrow or to be cross-pollinizing different type of approaches to understand and make sense of. Probably the designing with foresight now more critical as we are going from human-centered to perhaps life-centric type of considerations. Horizon scanning is being well proven to be a simplified tool to understand the dynamics of the bell curve. What goes up must come down. The sense making and the storytelling, as much as we also speak often about scenarios. And of course, not least the powers of creativity and imagination that allows you to actually build a world that we have seen in science fiction so well expressed. So from this stance, we have practiced here for the last 6 years design foresight or foresight with design. We have utilized the powers of looking from the outside in perspective, not to be caught up in the present or in the organizational realm, but rather take the benefit of looking from the outside in. We have made it our mission to embrace uncertainty, not to be fearful of it, but to see really that this is progress and evolution, which is very much embedded in human nature. To, of course, look into life-centric consideration to include all species and all things considered on this planet critical, to cross-pollinize, as I mentioned, and to then, of course, develop a sense of fusion between different discourse. Another thing that struck me here, very critical, that we, in research sense, also combine the learnings from industry as well as from academia, that we need to fill this gap, often running in parallel, but not really together. And now we're almost at a point where we now, to pull off innovation in a meaningful sense, one would have to bring governments, industry, as well as academia together, which in this part of the world has probably now been explored as the triple helix innovation model. The studies that we have now been producing for the last year are major ones. Each year, a significant undertaking to do a 6 to 7 months research phase to then develop tangible outputs. Of course, these are covers of reports. Each of them take different approaches to the extent that we have experimented with research-led, design-driven, as well as using different mediums. Project 3 was an animation video, motion video, all complicated in their own rights, but nonetheless something now it also connects the observation over a longitudinal perspective. The key insights, very briefly, that seem to suggest we are doing meaningful work and critical work is that the decision makers that many of you probably have been also working with have very little perspective to look over the horizon other than what is currently an emergency, a fire burning that needs to be dealt with. The assumption often is that what was well positioned in the past will continue to be working well into the future. The scenarios at best were product-driven, not necessarily hypothetical scenarios about the broader perspective around the environment. And also, of course, the tools stayed pretty statistical as opposed to what they now probably realize, the power of design, making them more vivid and more colorful and perhaps even more simplified. So dealing with inbound and outbound change to us was really critical in this gathering of insights, working with industry in particular. This is a very busy diagram, and I apologize. I probably, if we had more time, would go into it in more detail. But simply put, all of you are familiar with the double S curve, which is kind of, the simplified form of the bell curve. And what we have seen in time and time again, when we are approaching new eras and we're jumping into another era, be it at a product level, be it at an evolutionary level, we often forget to realize that it's what many companies do pretty poorly on. And we have plenty of large organizations who might have missed this shift in new era. And if you look at the sort of middle part of your screen, you see the problem often is that we have too many restrictions in us being actually able to envision different type of possibilities. We're very rule driven in the business sense. The business logic also gets very rarely questioned. One is in software, so one will always be in software or in any other different sector. And here again, you'll see the Horizon model, which is a very useful tool to understand the emerging issues that may point towards likely areas emerging. And I think the most significant one we're all dealing with at the moment is automation, robotics, and other things that will drive a tremendous amount of change in the process. So this is, I guess, an output of us explaining to industry leaders and decision makers where the problem lies in the rule-based, rule pressure phenomena around management, but equally how we try to use design to help us being explorative and serendipitous, I guess, about envisioning different type of possibilities. Equally, I guess, all of you dealing with different stakeholders, be it in industry at government levels, know that there are different minds at play from strategy, design, innovation, engineering, technology. It is likely we need to assume that each of those have a different vision or a different way of reaching that vision in their world, in their perspective. So designers are particularly well suited to be mediators and catalysts and connectors to kind of help align these visions and to develop a sense of common future thinking literacy, which I know has been strongly advocated at all levels of policymaking. The key issues that I believe now drives design into a much more broader realm of application. Surely it's about dealing in this VUCA world we often speak about, seeing people's daily life as a journey, no longer just the micro point of a need, but looking more into cause and effect relationships. Equally in design business context, to understand the boundaries of looking into vertical and horizontal extensions of themselves to ultimately, I guess, be able to bring value to an interconnected ecosystem made up of different type of stakeholders. So why then the need for future thinking, which has been well expressed here by Wendell Bell. Many of you in Foresight would be very familiar with the great work he's done. And I think it couldn't have been said better back then even, that future thinking is the ability to creatively imagine possible futures. Futures plural, of course, we're also striving to, but the creativity and imagination, I think, has been already flagged as being something where design and foresight and design and future thinking come together. So we are truly on the way. We have, as a member of the World Future Study Federation, as some of you are, I guess, recognize that it's probably likely now we're at a point of beyond pursuing performance, as Professor Lee just now mentioned as well. It's more about efficiency and sustainability, but also about inclusiveness, and I think really looking into all things around us that nature and our environment is to offer. And it's super critical when we think of what's happening on the back of our pursuit for technology and innovation, automation, robotics, and different ways of doing that may very well question to where will this end up causing problems unattended or implications unattended. Delighted to see that we have countries now obviously at the front seat of problems emerging, in this case Iceland, seeing these glaciers disappearing, questioning the old model of economics, GDP as a main measure. I think Bhutan maybe led the way towards happiness index, but here also I think we're seeing it is something that needs to be rethought very carefully. Is growth extendable and therefore sustainable, and is it indeed desirable? And so we're seeing little initiatives that might give us hope that companies and business leaders, industry leaders, do now make a greater effort to understand how they need to play a more active role within community, and I guess make use of their different type of resources. Plenty of guidance there for anyone who needs practical applications. Here you are. There is plenty of initiatives, probably sustainability goals we're now seeing, even in Japan, baked into startup communities, Society 5.0. So these are great initiatives, hopefully being implemented to the extent they really cause the impact we're after. This might be a bit too busy. There's a paper out there just been published. You can probably take inspiration from. A problem I experience is we're way too busy in business working in the system and not on the system. And I think that's sort of what the whole thrust of our work has been. We're trying to shift that mindset to be able to really look far more broadly into different type of considerations. FutureCon is another great tool to simplify the story. To me, it led, I guess, to the epiphany that design thinking, I think as Professor Lee just now also mentioned, may be very valuable. Yes, it's very human-centered, but it's not very helpful when you think about creating scenarios around on opportunities. In that sense, design thinking needs to have an extension that includes future thinking. As much as others prior have spoken about, and Stuart Candy also early on, of course, all very versed in the issue of fiction and also creating speculative type of possibilities and tangibilizing these to make them believable. So I think we're all kind of trying to find different stages of making sense of what can potentially be guiding considerations in the present for those who have decisions to make. I'll be going briefly into a couple of examples I wanted to share. Now we're running over time a bit, so apologies if I might have overwhelmed you with some of the content here on the slides, but now it's been recorded so you can make good use of it probably retrospectively. Here's sort of for those who might be interested to see the distinction, ethos versus process. I think future thinking is something we need to now integrate as much as we have celebrated the uptake and the embracement of design thinking. So future thinking for me is a strong advocate here for learning and continuous learning, also in our educational environment, is critical to be able to really make use of tools that come probably more from the foresight futures thinking domain than necessarily from the design perspective. In short, future thinking goal should help decision makers, again, I'm talking here in the context of business and the intersection between business and creativity and design, should shed light on the current reality, understanding what is going on and how we got here, bring obviously foresight and design conversations into the boardroom, into the decision-making environment, not settle on any solution that is too much related towards the meeting of needs. Here we're looking for possibilities and opportunities. As such, really looking into a portfolio of desirable futures. I emphasize desirable because I feel preferable could have a bias. So desirable kind of has the inclusiveness ring to it. And then I think what most of you in the earlier sessions have already so elegantly expressed, nothing beats tangibilizing anything that is complex. Give people something to hold and hold on to. And if anything, make that then what is actually plausible and is real and is attainable. So this is something that we have also through research well and truly covered. Change is happening. It's happening at a breakneck pace. Take your pick: mobile, cloud, big data, social channels, artificial intelligence. All of these will disrupt each other and will have huge consequences if we are not mindful of what it actually will end up delivering. And again, I'm citing the speaker earlier on, does technology make life better? Well, we surely hope so. And I think this is, to me, an example where we are innovative and creative and forward-looking, but we're often not making it necessarily compelling to all species. Of course, we're focusing on human kind, but nonetheless also what are the implications of those innovations. So we spend a lot of time talking about trends. We spend a lot of time explicitating what this might mean. We try to simplify it again with decision makers. We're looking into things that are really front of mind from all levels of society. Privacy, trust, we can all relate to, is being put in question in a whole new way because of access to technology and information and sharing of information. Equally, we are temporarily consumed with the possibilities of stepping into other worlds, but equally are mindful of the consequences that might have. We already experimented with social robotics. We have seen Jimbo as a neat little invention to see how emotions and feelings could potentially be embedded into technology, and now wonder also what if it takes on a whole different level of creating trust through artificial technology. Equally, we can do comparison on pictures, and we can look at ourselves in the past, and we see tools being given to us that might make us more efficient and more entertained. But we're also wondering, to the point earlier on, what will a generation yet to be may feel in terms of trust in relationships if we don't watch out how we design those propositions. So designing with intelligence is hugely important, and we hope we have responsible leaders. Wendy Schultz, many of us are very close with as a member of our community, said this very elegantly here. We dream of creating another of us of whom we can rely on, perhaps because we are so aware of our own shortcomings. The bad news, and I think this is really the important part, we undoubtedly incorporate those flaws into any intelligence we create. So we got to be mindful, and we got to be watching over each other's shoulders when we design for intelligence. And I think all of us in this part of the world, super consumed with mobile technology, can relate to it. None of those who designed it might have actually given much thought towards this being the predictor of loneliness. So we need to understand the consequences. Very briefly, before I show you a couple of examples and then round up, if I'd be given a couple more minutes to talk, I think as we already had some of the speakers earlier on imply or hint at least, we have really come a long way. We have had the economic evolution from utility and resources to products to services to experiences, to now looking really at the possibilities of re-engineering perhaps life worth living. And meaningful life. And I think as such, we're probably entering an era where we should all take cues of a life-centric value construct as we move forward. This may now be something I'll just put up in its entirety. You can take a peek. This is one way to fuse different type of methodologies. It's a combination of design methods as well as foresight methods. You see the alignment of using almost similar language. I've added a third diamond purely just to prompt us to really think critically, to remind us we better know what we're asking for before we actually then build and develop. Hopefully all of this leading towards a desired future. Another point we do a lot of in the trend research is we combine different type of themes, health, wealth, trust, living, and mobility. I can recommend for those who do research, that's a good way to not just look at set and steep and the many other abbreviated factors in your trend analysis. Here are some of those outputs that we come about. This was a study done in 2016, where we envisioned financial services organizations in the year 2030. This is highly simplified. These are just extracts from the much more comprehensive reports. But they shed light onto what we were already assuming are likely to be causing possibilities, opportunities, but also challenges that we needed to bring to the attention of those decision makers. Design also, again, from a simplifying perspective, is very good in creating charts and maps and diagrams. And again, it's a good way to layer up different type of conversations. Again, This is not for the consumption of end users. This is designed for decision makers to bring together different ways of understanding the complexity that we are embarking on. To make it really more complex yet, we all have been given lots of thought to what this whole notion towards digitalization and also virtualization might mean to us in our daily lives in a couple of years from now going forward. And it dawns on us that there's going to be a strong sense of realism to ourselves, our physical selves, but also hopefully technology allows us to become more focused on living life as opposed to doing too many things. And this is probably what we came to realize, the different perspectives of AI and how we can maybe hopefully strike a balance in that sense. Finally, a couple of scenarios so you see how they might look. This is again also animated typically. This is a static image. I think it's a good way if you have a few creatives around you, a good still with the pen to draw and sketch, to bring about a different type of mini scenarios that doesn't have to be written up in great detail, but really might allow decision makers who often are living in the moment to let go and imagine different type of interactions. We found this to be very useful and very powerful, particularly with those who are at C-suite level, which I spend most of my time with. So this is very effective, and you can take cues from it, I guess, to see what this might is. To round things up, lots of things we've discovered in the use of tools, in the adaptation of tools, in the borrowing of different discourse. This paper just also out in the Journal of Future Studies. It's a blueprint of how to create animated transmedia storytelling type of propositions for those who are interested. And I think with that, we can fairly say that decisions and the alternative futures ultimately are critical for us to really be able to work on assumptions that we can help decision makers and others around it to grasp and comprehend in otherwise difficult times that they face often in the present. So to round things up, a key takeaway from this conversation, I hope, was embracing a systems thinking and integration mindset, questioning the status quo, which often very few do. It's associated with the business logic, fostering a design and future thinking capability within the organization, predicting and inventing perhaps preferable futures is more appropriate than making certain claims about the future, as none of us can, and work towards desirable futures that are more inclusive, more universal in appeal to the people in the broader network of the organization. And then to the point that some of you prior to me speaking have already pointed out, the demonstration and the experimentation of what we would consider to be then tangibilizing visions of the future. Apologies if we overrun a couple of minutes, but we started off late. So thank you very much for listening. I do hope that you might make it here, and whenever we can travel again, visit us physically. We have lots of interesting things to show you. And likewise, delighted to be part of this global community of design futures and future thinking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Berin. Even though that I have some questions to discuss with you, however, I'm taking the main responsibility of time controlling, so hope that we can have further opportunities.
Just put it into the chat and I'll be sure to answer it, even if it's tomorrow, no problem.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Barbara Camocchini. She is the Associate Professor of the Design Department at Polytechnic di Milano. She is also from the Liberant Lab of the Polytechnic di Milano. And I think her title of the speech, Professor Camocchini, can present yourself here.
Yes, of course. It is. The title is "The New Complexity of Inhabited Spaces: Design Training to Adapt Domestic Habitats in the Pandemic." So this is the title. Hello, good morning, and good afternoon, everybody. Okay. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Would you like me to start? Can I start?
Sure.
I will try to share the screen. Let's see if it is working. Okay, is it working properly?
Yes.
Okay, so I can start. Thank you for introducing me, and thank you for inviting me. I'm glad to be here, and I would like to take the chance to share my thoughts about the impact of the pandemic, specifically on domestic interiors. And I would like to adopt both the point of view of a person, like everybody who has experienced the lockdown, so the stay-at-home order, and the one of a scholar who is studying spatial design. Actually, as you said, I'm a member of Labyrinth, that is a research group in the design department of Politecnico di Milano. And this research group is interested in the main sociocultural changes concerning their impact on the design discipline, with a specific attention to the interiors. But to the interiors intended as a wide anthropological point of view, that is the point of view of the human beings who are living in this contemporary world. So it is a point of view that is a bit wider than the usual conception of interior design. This way of thinking, this kind of approach, is what brought me to think about the contemporary way of living our domestic interiors. And so the title was the new complexity of inhabited space, and I said design training because I think that it is an interesting point dealing with what we did in our own domestic habitats during the pandemic. It was a matter of training in organizing our space. So I would like to start saying that I'm pretty sure, and I'm a bit sorry, that probably my perspective is a bit influenced by my Western point of view. I'm from the Western part of the world, but I had the opportunity to share my thoughts with an international network, trying to understand if we were sharing the same feelings, and if we could start trying some points of view, some insights from what we are experiencing. But we are already immersed in this kind of pandemic, so we cannot probably see the big picture from afar yet. What I would like to say is anyway to start thinking what can be the approach, the scenario, what are the starting insights in this topic. I would like to start talking about my personal experience. I spent my summer holidays with my family in the mountain this summer, and as I perceived it as a therapy, to heal from the negative effects of the lockdown. And besides that, believing that it was an ethical behavior to help reducing the strength of the pandemic. And while being there, I was studying and working, and I received, I was not well connected online, but I received anyway the IKEA catalog. You know, the IKEA is a company that designs and sells ready to assemble pieces of furniture with an informal style. And they sent their digital version of their catalog, titling it as a handbook for a better everyday life at home. Highlighting that they wanted to celebrate their 70th birthday, sending this kind of inspirational handbook. And it was quite interesting because they also said that this kind of tool was also addressed to different geographical areas. So they made analysis and studies trying to set different demands dealing with the different areas in the world. So it was quite interesting. But I started thinking, why a handbook and no more a catalog? So why they were highlighting this change of word? So I started trying to understand the meaning of word. And handbook is actually a book, and hand is quite interesting as a word. It means that we need to open and reopen this book with our hands to peruse it, because it is a kind of instructional manual. And it is also for non-expert and learners. So it is like a tool to also to customize elements. While a catalog, it is more an answer to already manifested needs. It is a comprehensive list of collection or of items, but it is something that is starting from something that it has been already set. And I found this interesting. So why they were starting to talk about handbook? Is it connected with the pandemic? It is an impact of the pandemic on our domestic space. So what can be the legacy in terms of behaviors and space features of the pandemic? And what is the role of designers, as we say, that handbook is also for non-experts and for learners, for people who are working are experiencing the design activities in their spaces. So this was the premise. This was the starting point that fostered my thoughts about the impact of the pandemic in our interior design activity. And I started to think and to analyze what was this impact. So my perception of this impact. And starting again from my holiday, I have to say that I was staying in a solid stone house, a mountain house near the forest, with a forest rich in trees and wild animals. And in the evening, when I felt the wildlife started, I felt that house really as a shelter. And I started thinking at the primary meanings of home, and I thought that it was the same feeling I had in Milan during the pandemic, so in Italy during the stay-home order. So this idea of refuge, it is something really related, linked to the topic of the domestic space. And probably this situation has led us to reassign to the domestic space some of its primary values. so the significance of refuge as a place in which borders are safeguarded to protect us. And actually, one of the primary studies, very important, dealing with the domestic space, are talking about the house as specifically our first house when we were children and young. The house was conceived as our first universe. And it was the shelter of our dreams and our memories. Today is more about memories. And it brought also a sense of motherhood. So it was really an important feature, an important interpretation of this space. And today, more than before, we are hearing talking about bunkers, such as fortified apartments, self-sufficient in terms of energy, food, and air. And we have the isolationist approach that is becoming quite popular. It was popular during wartime, but it is popular also today in period of pandemic. So we are bringing in our common language some words that are coming from the war language. And this topic of intimacy is also interesting, and it seems to become really crucial in our thoughts about the interior of our domestic spaces. Well, when I studied spatial design and interior design and domestic design, I used to apply these categories of functional and performative assessment, or aesthetic point of view, or cultural and sociological categories, or the assessment of historical points of view, or the fact that the interiors were representative sometimes and in some areas as a social status or economical status. So all of these categories seems to me quite in a second level nowadays, compared to the intimacy, this kind of strong relations with the human being through its daily life. Dealing with the new time and space of our life in interiors. But on the opposite, I started thinking that if refuge and shelter are characterized by these strong boundaries, nowadays we have, and during the pandemic, we have the overcoming of these boundaries, of these borders, bringing the public space into our private space, like with the smart working, homeschooling, home fitness. So we have peaks of and bites of outdoor and public life, and we brought them, albeit controlled and well-defined and controlled in time and place. We brought them in our internal space. But I was thinking also that actually this is not new. So every time that we have a kind of technological revolution, we have new technologies coming in our life and spreading in our environments, we have this kind of overcoming, of breaking of our boundaries between outdoor public space and private space, because the revolution tends to reform, to reshape all the universe that is dealing with the human being. So it is always trying to reshape the way of behave, the way of dressing, the way of organizing the interiors. And actually, if we think about the Industrial Revolution in the late 20th century, when it was spread in our cities, in our environments, we had art movements that brought into the houses new insights, trying to free the geometric shape, the rigor of the formal perception of interiors with the energy, breaking it with the energy of the movement, of the mechanic perception of the Industrial Revolution. And we have the same approach in the 70s when we have the spread of the electronics. And we start perceiving the reality invaded by this invisible but low power that is overcoming the boundary of our houses. So we perceive the space as only one platform with no differences between outdoor and indoor. So I can say that this idea of overcoming boundaries is not new. And also in the recent past 2 decades, we have the perception brought by the spread of the ICT that brought the mutual contamination between the domestic and the office spaces. And that started, introducing new paradigms in the domestic space. Sometimes with a kind of strong impact in the hardware of building, changing the structural perception of the apartment, for example, like in this case with the small office, home office, Soho, that is the entrance, the semi-public area of an apartment. But we have also like the insertion of blocks, equipped blocks with intended for the smart working, for the home working, or we can see new kind of working station, hybrid pieces of furniture, retractable elements, and they brought the transformable home into our imaginary. And we have to say that this kind of spread of ICT was more impacted in a very strong way our interiors during the pandemic, when we started having the remote, the virtual didactics, online didactics, when we had the home working, we started having gym at home, we started the cooking with following instruction online. So we started this close relationship together with the computer and our devices. And I felt that it was a kind of international, global, shared insight. So I felt that it was I didn't felt it as an invasion of the public into the private, but I felt that it was a way of sharing something, a bite, a peak of international working space or not domestic spaces in our houses. So it was interesting also that as a change of our interiors. Here I wouldn't say that it is new, but it was stronger. It was impacting very much in our interiors. And then another element that resulted as very important was the fact that we stayed at home for much more time than before. Before we were stationing at home, we were staying there for a defined amount of time before starting our activities outside. And the meaningful activities were actually not in our house. So this time spent in our houses gave the opportunity to rediscover the sense of certain design paradigms of our houses, starting understanding what were the main meanings of our houses, and starting a resilient process of adaptation. And I like this word adaptation because it is something that is coming, and this is strongly related to the human being, to the organism, so what is alive. Okay, so after analyzing and observing the impact of the pandemic onto the interiors, I started thinking what was the way of reacting to that in our interiors. And I started thinking about the camp. The camp as a semi-permanent facility for the lodging, used, for example, in a military occasion or for a touristic aim. When you need to organize a compound with activity-based settings in order to achieve your goal. So you have in your compound some specific barracks, huts, tents that are highly equipped to do something. And I liked also the word tactics because it is representing very well our attitude being at home. It is not a matter of strategies when you can organize and manage the achieving of your goal in remote way, so staying in another place, organizing the resources coming from and trying to gain resources and so on. In a tactic, with this kind of tactics, you are immersed in the reality and you need to find immediate solution with your own resources. So I thought that this metaphor, this idea was quite interesting to try to represent our points of view in our experience, I would say, in the domestic interiors during this kind of adaptive process of interiors. And of course, we had settings like small areas that were highly equipped to bring the public space into interiors, like the one I were talking about, like home leisure, gym training, playing, cooking, TV watching, reading. But we have also the raising of importance of some areas that, for instance, in Italy were not so common, like the access area, like a cleaning filter that was quite popular in the Eastern world. Or the sufficiency of tools and areas like urban farming, energy safe practice, and things like that. And also the importance given to the external space, like window, terraces, balconies. So we started giving a strong importance to the natural light, the fresh air, also as timeless value, like an hygienic purpose, something that is healthy for everybody. So we started to reassess the importance of these elements. So all these insights were really important to try to understand what became crucial in this new internal landscape. And actually, I started thinking about my previous studies on adaptive reuse, and I found some scholars talking about set of tactics to reuse interiors, to adaptive interiors, like insertion, intervention, installation. They are a way to put settings, to create spots in interiors, in the interior space, in order to face the change with a resilience aim. And actually, I was wondering, what is the result? Just a position or the integration, the overlapping. So what is the result of this set of tactics into our domestic space during and after the pandemic, as the pandemic was enduring, and we started thinking how it will affect our behaviors and spaces. And also I started thinking about the awareness. So how do we know, can we assess the change of the shape of interiors? So not the single elements, but the result, the whole result of space. And it is an open question actually, but it brought again in my mind the idea, the starting point of my thoughts, handbook and catalog. So what is our approach now? We are working with spots, with bytes, and we are immersed in this reality, and we try to test and to experience some tactics in order to find and to achieve our goals. Probably the role of inhabitants is becoming crucial again, because they have both the roles of designers and users, building and testing what they are doing. And that's why I was talking in my title about the design training, because it is a kind of training to design a solution within your interior space. And that's why I'm talking about habitat. Habitat as the result of as a complex and organic system consisting of different places, but strongly related to certain gestures, different perspective of uses, dealing with the imaginary, the culture, and where time and space, as it is transformable, time and space are really important. So at the end, I tried to went again through the definition of a habitat as a way to produce occupancy, including survival and reproduction of given organism. It is the sum of specific resources that are needed by organism. So to finalize this talk, I have some open questions from these observations and these tactics of intervention. How will be the sedimentation? What kind of new approaches are emerging, arising to design interior domestic space? New paradigms, or maybe new kind of processes and approaches, more systemic with a wider perspectives, where paradigms probably are less strong. Anyway, we know that we have new needs emerging, or becoming more stronger, like the sustainability, the positioning of a human being as like not in the first position, the sustainability, talking about the sustainability, and the creation, the subjective role in creating habitats. To conclude, probably the idea of a habitat is brought by the practice of the creation of the interior, considered as central to all human existence, like a complexity made of values, issues, and spatial formation that are both physical and mental, and I will add virtual. And with these sentences, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Camocini.
Thank you.
I like this topic very much, and I believe that no matter where we are, or no matter we like it or not, everybody of us have already developed a special attachment with our living place, both physically and mentally. And I hope I have further opportunity to discuss with you in the future. And thank you. Now I have to give the stage to Professor Liu Xin, our next speaker.
Hello.
Professor Liu Xin is the professor of the Academy of Arts and Design of Tsinghua University. He is the director of the Eco Design Research Institute and the coordinator of the DASI Lab of Tsinghua University. Welcome.
OK， 可以开始了吧？大家好。非常高兴啊，参与我们这个论坛的讨论。
Hi everyone, I'm very glad to participate in this international conference. My topic is Design for a Sustainable Future. This conference is themed on design future. In my opinion, that is to view the future from design perspective, or reflect on the present design from a future perspective. So I would like to take this opportunity to share with you our concepts about sustainable design and our research and projects. Since we are talking about the issue in the context of design, I would like to first briefly talk about my understanding of design. I believe there are various opinions. Previous scholars, experts have shared their views. And based on the experts' idea, I believe design is for two main parts. First one is for present. We need to solve problem and construct a meaning. The problem might be functional. The meaning might be about our psychological status. For example, at the present, we need to solve the current issues, and on the other hand, we need to create the vision for the future. In other words, designers are thinking about the possible issues in the foreseeable future, as well as the psychological and emotional needs. In that period, there might be some conflicts, and both technological development and social expectations are related to this. So, in my opinion, this is two important aspects of design. In the past, we pay most of the attention to present, but now we need to give more attention to the future. To share our views, because we are more and more anxious about the future uncertainties. But no matter for present or future, I believe design is to create a value and a benefit for business, society, and the environment. And deep in our mind, we need to build a sustainable development society. This is my understanding of design. Of course, we could have a various visions. There will be indefinite possibilities for the future. So we could have such a formula: future study plus vision plus design. This is a research done by Web of Science. So what will be generated with this combination of these three? We'll have thousands of papers. Some highly frequent concepts are like sustainability. This is the most widely used concept. Now we talk about issues related to aging, technology, and others.
我觉得野风春晓那边的房子啊，说实话，我觉得不是很好，那边停车很麻烦。
Appealing term, and also previous speakers have mentioned sustainability once and once again. So I believe this is our common aspiration. Here, I like to share with you a picture which is taken by my student. Quite interesting. This is a very famous futuristic image, the future's home. Of course, this is done by some protesters on the wall. The futuristic study is influencing the general public. I believe this protester has some study on futures. And you can see the starting point is now. As time goes, we will have various future possibilities. Now, our way of living, way of work, economic model, our attitude towards the ecosystem, environment, and the technological trends, both AI, biotechnology, and others, seemed to lead us to certain particular futures. But this may not be preferable for most of us. So what is our preferable future? This is the topic not only for today's conference, but also for the experts, scholars from not only design community, but also the whole society. Of course, sustainable future will be our consensus to some extent. Then how to explain sustainability? What does that mean for everyone? How to achieve sustainable future? We may have different opinions, but in spite of the differences, sustainable future will still be our common goal. And this slide has been shown already. The United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which has summarized 17 sustainable development goals, which cover the basic aspects of a society, including human rights, the right to survival, the right to development, and equality, and water, land, animal, environmental protection, economic collaboration, and regional collaboration. This is very fundamental goals. So we have such specific directions of the abstract sustainable development, and each goal there are some sub-objectives. This is the goals for 2030. I'm not optimistic towards the achievement of these goals. I think you have the same feelings. However, I believe it's not most important whether we can reach the goals, but it has put forward a direction for us, especially for design. Our thinking about the future will determine today's value orientation. It will provide instructions or guidance for design. And on that precondition, all the countries have reached a consensus. For China, these two are highly critical. One is China's commitment to the 17th Sustainable Development Goals, and another 2 point. One has just happened, that is China committed to achieve carbon emission peak by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2060. This is a commitment made by President Xi Jinping, and it's the first time for us to lay down such a timeline. If you're interested in this issue, you know, we already have such a clear timeline. How can we connect it with design and other issues? The second aspect is even more general. That is the ecological civilization. This is already our national strategy or policy. It's not only about the environment, but also integrated with all the other aspects, the cultural, social, economic context. For both the world and China, we should have a clear direction towards ecological civilization and sustainable development. So specifically, relevant to our work as a teacher, as a researcher in design, what we are doing now, I'd like to share with you. So just now we shared a quite high-level aspiration. For us, the design should be value-driven or vision-driven. So for teaching, we launched the courses of design for sustainability for undergraduate, and also the introduction to design for sustainability of undergraduate students, and the theory and practice on design for sustainability for postgraduates. Both bachelor degree, master degree, and PhD degree students are involved in this.
For example, in our future design, that is part of the courses for the postgraduate students. Some of them participated in the design of distributive economy and research on the circular economy and the research on the aging community. And in the past few years, starting from 2013, about 7 years, we focused on the direction of how to make the future more ecological and more sustainable, and including sustainable agriculture and the sustainable laboratory. I will not elaborate on each and every one of them, but I will highlight some of them. The first is a course of this year during the epidemic. Because online we couldn't do a deeper design, so we had the courses centering around the future. Some of them focus on the future food, some focus on the health, medical, tourism, and the death and funeral in the future. We set the setting at 70. And what is the vision of the students? What is the desirable future? Some are the future that they have to accept. They try to express their vision of the future with the language of design. In the interest of time, I will not go into details, just to highlight what we are doing right now. About our research and practice projects in 2013, we were thinking about the food in the future. This is the 751 Industrial Park in Beijing. There is a iron bridge, and we call it a food look. That is the vision for the future. Is that possible for us to produce the vegetables just in the community and just around you with for the urbanization. The food consumption is farther and farther away from the food production, and especially we found that in the urban area, because of the logistics, the basic supply has become the major issue. How to we make the cities and the neighborhood more resilient? We think of the urban planting is very important, but in 2013 we thought that the city shouldn't be barren, shouldn't be that far away from food growing and food planting, and we were considering the issue of food waste, and we want to produce some food with a very ecological way, and these are all very interesting topic. There were thousands of visits. We also had a kitchen, and we prepare the noodles with the vegetables that we grow. At the end of the exhibition, we almost eat up all the vegetables that we grew. And this is just a way for us to inspire people's thinking about food production. In 2014, we came up with a more systemic concept that is a sustainable lifestyle laboratory. In this laboratory, we are thinking that a few years later, how is our life like, and how is our future like? We have 6 containers. We can use solar power for the different container module. We have different function. For example, kitchen, bathroom, and workroom, and the kitchen. We want all the substances to circulate, the water, the kitchen waste, and we try not to use anything that is not recyclable, and we don't want to use any plastic. And as a result of our efforts, we work with a family of 3 and live in this house, and we had a very good year. And we also came up with a way to have the 3D planting and make it compatible with the land around it. Look at the bathroom; it doesn't look nice, but it is to process the waste in a way that it can generate biogas, and everything went very well. But they didn't generate enough waste to generate biogas. It's just a family of 3, and there were all kinds of vegetables, and it is the full circle of circulation. There were a lot of visitors. In phase 1, we identified many issues, and a lot of experts came to visit and help us to solve those problems. This is a process that is participated by different players and actors, and it is an ongoing improvement. And one thing is very interesting. In 2018, we found statistics. The 6 containers have more than 10 million reprint, and it's a top 3. The first 2 are the works of a very famous architect, and this container house was ranking the 3rd famous on the internet. So this is a big shock to everybody. In the future, we can live like this, not only live in a building and just buy whatever is readily available in the supermarket and generate a lot of waste every day. The design is more than thinking and a draft. If we can practice our ideas, then it is more persuasive and influential. At the same time, just now I was talking about a systemic ecological design, and this is a project with our students. We did research. We had several groups of students who are thinking about the materials in the future. This isn't something new. We want to produce the new materials with the fungus. It can be used in package and it can be used in art in buildings. Many years back, I believe there was a gallery that had the piece. That is the tower built by the bricks that are made of fungus. And we were trying to come up with a material that was grown out of the waste or the plant, so that we can generate a new material that replace the plastic package. It is degradable, and the process of production is a natural process. In the interest of time, I will not talk about the details. Our bacteria amass a lot of materials, just like a glue. It is light and it is resilient, flexible, and it is highly possible that it could replace the plastic packages. Our students use different formulas and they talked with the technicians at the mushroom base. And in the interest, and because of the problem of baking during the exhibition, new mushroom grow out. If we bake it carefully, it won't grow new mushroom, but still it's very interesting. And another students that whose family was dealing with the seafood, and he understood that chitin is a very promising material, and it is abundant in nature and exists in animals. And he made experiment with different formula, with hard, soft, the translucent, and the materials of different natures. In future, it can also replace plastic and replace the non-degradable material, the petrol-based material. And this could be a very meaningful and important material. And later on, he put up a 3D printer, and with the 3D printer, he realized the material that he formulated. So the 3D printing provide numerical possibilities for the chitin and his plants. Those were the biomaterial. And at the same time, we're also are interested in the trend in the aging society, because in 20, 30 years, what are the problems for the elderly? And this is an ongoing project. We had a milestone result 2 or 3 years ago. This is the spatial design for the elderly in the future. When an elderly is using the bathroom, they may use a toilet and the bath, they may take medicines. So it needs to provide a comprehensive solution for the elderly and make sure that they don't trigger and fall, and make sure if they fall, there will be alarm that sound off. And we are still designing the guideline for this project. With the current conditions, how far can we go with this plan? In the future, in 10 years, 20 years, what would it look like, and what is the development in 20 years? We can try different, study different plans to see what will happen. I talked about the elderly, but maybe in the future, the family of 3, family with a kid. What is the bathroom look like, and what are the technologies in the bathroom, so that the kids would like to do his own hygiene, so that his or her mom can have the time to make up. And you can see that this mirror can also reflect the back of the person, and including the sterilization. And how can we process the waste just inside this bathroom instead of discharged into the pipe and sent to the processing plant and be processed in a very costly way. These are the styles that we are used to, but 30 years from now, the things are not necessarily remain the same. And we are still studying the bio toilet. It doesn't look very futuristic, but if it's only for pure reality, we will not design toilets like this. It will have a lot of problems. But what are the futures for the rural area? Whether it's just to copy and paste the civilization in the urban area, or can they just reserve their own dynamics and their own environment and their own way of living? And under these circumstances, we are designing the toilet in Tibet, in rural area, for the elderly and for the workers in the construction site. And we are making the toilet on the campus. And one of my colleagues is working in a village in northwest China to design a toilet for a school. I'd like to introduce to you a toilet in the rural area. It is based on the current situation. This is the toilet for the villages that don't have enough water supply. They can squat and they can sit. And there are a lot of elderly in the villages. They are used to the squatting toilet. In the transition period, we need the toilet that can sit and can squat. In the rural area, they have to build the two kinds of toilet. One is sitting toilet, the other is a squatting toilet. And we want to have a 2-in-1 toilet. Maybe in 10 years, everybody is more used to the sitting toilet. And by then, we can change our plan again. And why we want to make the toilet like this? Because we had a lot of survey and our cooperator, they have the deep understanding of the life in rural area. That's why we developed this product, and they are in mass production. The key is not only about the squatting or sitting, and we focus on the treatment of the waste, because in the rural area they don't have the very complete pipelines. How do we process the urine, and how do they process the feces, and make sure that they can be applied to the land and become the fertilizers? So there will be product design and also service design, and there are some interactive design, etc. For the interest of time, I will finish very quickly. Just a few, last week, I also was listening to this forum, and I listened to the presentation of Susan Zetvich, and she said something to the effect that the future design is the bequests that we leave to collective bequests to the world. And I'd like to end with this. We will leave this world sooner or later as designers. We are going to leave this world, the design that we make. If we are not making the problem worse, we can regard it as a bequest. And more importantly, this bequest is a vision for the future. It leverages the power of design and describe the situation and help a lot of people to have a clear vision so that they can realize their collective vision and serve as the catalyst to promote the realization of the dream of the world. With that, I thank you very much.
Thanks to Professor Liu Xin. From the conference over the past 2 weeks, we can see on this conference on design futures a number of speakers have taken sustainable development as a key component. So, in addition to speculative design, perhaps the seek for sustainability is another key. Thank you again, Professor Liu.
Our last speaker of this session is Professor Alessandro Biamonti from the Polytechnic di Milano. He's now the associate professor at Polytechnic di Milano, and he is the coordinator of the research team, Labyrinth. He's also the rector's delegate for international relationship with India for Polytechnic di Milano. So welcome, Professor Biamonti.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good morning. It depends. I thank you for the generous introduction, and I try to share my presentation so it became more easier. Okay. Well, I'm very happy to be part of this event organized by such important universities, and also the topic is extremely interesting for me and for who is involved in design. Let's see, the focus on my contribution will be on therapeutic habitat, to explain what they are and why we work on that field. I'm part of the Labyrinth as Professor Camocini and Professor Barbara, and so I skipped the introduction because I've been explained already what we are and what we do. It's important just to focus that we work on the important part is that we move from a physical approach today to an approach that is more anthropological, and so to the concept of considering how the socio-cultural change in our contemporary life affect our work and our everyday life. So design has to take in design, architecture.
Excuse me, Professor.
Yes?
I have to interrupt you because so far it seems not your screen, your shared screen is your presentation model.
Okay.
Yeah.
I try to let me know.
Yeah, this works. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me. It was just the structure of the presentation, but now I think you can see better. Well, the terms habitat was already introduced. It is important, it's extremely important to set also the change in focus, because when we talk about space, we talk about a physical, tangible element. When we talk about habitat, we talk a set of conditions that are made by tangible and intangible. And the important part of habitat coming from biology is that favor the establishment of a species in biology, but in any case, we can say that favor the well-being of the user. So the changing subject between the physical dimension and the well-being of user is extremely important. So we use the term habitat, and that's starting to get into the topic. We deal with the Alzheimer's disease. Alzheimer's disease is, I think, it's quite common. Unfortunately, today, it's a worldwide big problem in terms of society. Let's see, we work with Alzheimer's since more than 15 years, and for the design point of view, it's an extremely interesting challenge. It's extremely challenging, and it's a challenge extremely interesting, let's say. We know that dementia in general is the decline in memory and other thinking skills, and Alzheimer's is almost the biggest part of the dementia are Alzheimer's disease. At the same time, is the fifth leading cause of death among people of over 65 worldwide. We are talking worldwide. And one of the points is that luckily, the elderly population worldwide is growing every year, because we have every time, every generation has a higher expectation of life. Our condition of life are very good. So the elderly population is increasing. And this happened in the last decade. Alzheimer's affect a percentage of the elderly people. And so even the population with Alzheimer's is increasing at the same, more or less as the same, with the same pace. What happens? The problem is that we are, the preview is that in 2050, not so far, if we think in a social distance, social distance and social time, there will be more than 20% of elderly people will be part of the population. And especially that's a data that belong to, that is related to China, that 1/5 of the elderly people over 65 in the world will be in China. So any countries will face these issues. Any countries is working on developing strategies and whatever. That's a synthesis we did just to understand what happens with the Alzheimer. So the normal aging, during the normal aging, we are physiologically losing our cognitive function in a curve that you can see, the yellow curve up there. Then we have the Alzheimer's disease that in the preclinical phase, when you don't have any symptoms, it's almost the same. But then you can see that rapidly the decreasing is very dramatical. And that are the major three phases. So the preclinical, and the MCI, and then the real dementia. And there is another point very important. This line is the line when the subject, the people, are conscious or not about what is happening. The three aspects, the three movements, the three are very important, because it's a change. It's a completely change in the relation between the people, the person with Alzheimer, and the world. We propose a reflection about this relation as well, and it's let's see, a reflection that starts also from our world as a designer, as people that deal with project. So we propose to do a parallel between Alzheimer and the modernity, because Alzheimer's is often called a syndrome of modernity for two reasons. The first reason, because it was detected in the beginning of the last century, so in the core of modernity, and from the other side, because some of the symptoms of the Alzheimer are similar to characteristics of modernity. Like, for instance, the total loss of any relationship between the natural and artificial world, like the homologation of imposed by custom or culture, and so we propose to read those symptoms and those characteristics through the work of some artists, like we saw some painter. This is the Metropolis by Fritz Lang, in which the repetitivity of the gesture, let's see, make a society in which human beings lose identity and became part of a big machine. So the loss of identity it's a depersonalization, frustration, like this. In this case, it's a Kaurismäki, a movie director, in the represent the frustration and the loneliness of the of some individual during the modernity, as well as the sense of powerlessness in the frustration of not being able to manage the event of our existence, the depersonalization. This is Lucian Freud represent by painting. So the artists are used. This is probably one of the most. It's like a kind of manifesto, because you can see how in this paint by Magritte, the frustration not be able to communicate. It's shown in one image that's shown more than what thousands words can say. So artists are always being very effective on transmitting an impression in this sense, because we are used to say that artists have a different sensitivity. That, for instance, allows to Francis Bacon of representing a portrait, not of the face, but a portrait of the mood of the painter, a self-portrait of the mood. So when you have affective apparatus damaged or altered, it's not easy to express it. And that's what artists can do. Like when you go in some contemporary theater piece in which you have the scene that is not related with reality, that totally not related with reality, or something that is not rational at all, completely crazy and out of we are considering as let's say normal. But why we appreciate artists and artwork? Because they are extraordinary people with an extraordinary sensitivity that allow us to see the world in a different way, to allow us to see some small portion of the world in a different way, like in a zoom, in a lens. And what we propose is the new approach toward people with Alzheimer's, considering them like extraordinary people with an extraordinary sensitivity, because that's what it is. The dignity of having an extraordinary vision and to be part of a community of extraordinary people. And when you deal with the extraordinary sensitivity, the problem is not to cure it, even because it's not possible to cure at the moment. The problem, the real goal should be to taking care about them. And that's why the non-pharmacological approach in terms of therapies is very, let's see, close to the concept, well, as a designer to this concept, because if the pharmacological approach, it's very useful in the preclinical, as a prevention, it's still very useful. But when it's in the most severe dementia, it's just to do just effective for some very short emergency in terms of symptom, but could not change the roots, the core of the issues. So the non-pharmacological therapy in general, what they do, they want to maintain the cognitive function, to improve the quality of life, reducing also the behavioral disorder, so allowing to have a better everyday life and a good relation. And especially if you see the alternative therapies that they deal with art, with pet, with music, they can be adjust to any single background of a person, of an individual. And so they can find what is remaining as a cognitive function, as a skill, as an ability. And so they can be adjusted, and they can be very effective to give to the person a possibility to express themselves, to do something, to be active in some way. Within the framework of the no pharmacological therapies, the environment play a role, an important role, because we did several tests and there is a literature in which they say, well, we know that environment plays also a role, no? And the environment can play a role because it's can enhance the effectiveness of the no pharmacological therapy. So that's where the therapeutic habitat comes from. From one side, the idea, the concept of habitat, so not a space, but a set of conditions, and the other one, the idea that can be part of a therapy, so became therapeutic itself. So what is a therapeutic habitat? It's a system made by tangible and intangible elements with the goal of providing a well-being, a state of well-being for the people with dementia. In the physical part of this environment is composed by 3 levels. Well, we propose in in 3 layers, let's say, and the 3 layers are different in terms of their physicity, but as well the time that involved. There is the layer of architecture that is very fixed, let's say, it's the box, let's say, the shell. So it's something very fixed in terms of time, permanent. Then you have the mobile level of furnishing that can be the real structure of the spaces, in any case we are talking. And then the level of object that is a very fluid level, very easy to adjust, but at the same time very easy to change. And so that is the level that really allows to personalize the space according to the function, to the needs of a person. So it's the level that really gives the possibility to be extremely flexible. This is a synthesis of what we did in the last 15 years. So it's a very hard synthesis, as you can see. As the therapeutic habitat is done by the physical environment, as we saw in the previous slide, then you have also the social and the cultural environment. Let's say we start from the focus of the person with Alzheimer's and the small, let's say, environment, like we can imagine a room that surrounds him or her, with the focus of developing and working on the sense of belonging. This was the starting point. Then we move in the community that surrounds the person with Alzheimer's. So we were taking in consideration and taking care about professionals and caregivers. With the project of the Alzheimer point was more related to communication. Maybe it was talking and putting in relation a small community, and especially one of the focus was to solve the problem of the caregiver stigma. So the relative, the small community around that surround the person with Alzheimer. Now nowadays we are focusing on a new direction, that is the direction that go to the urban scale, so to open even more the scenario, and to involve all the society, with the idea that Alzheimer's disease stigma in general should be fight in some way, and that the involvement of society and the passing to the dimension of the urban scale is to allow the city to become a welcoming place, a place that welcomes all the fragilities, in which also Alzheimer is included. So Alzheimer is one of the fragilities that can happen in our life, can be one of the potential way to live lives, and has to have the same dignity and same space like all the other human beings. During this time, we set a kind of method. No, it's not a method. It's an approach that we call GRACE, like Generative and Relational Age Community of Excellence. The acronym is interesting, but the meaning of the acronym is because GRACE, like beauty, like harmony, is the last things that people with Alzheimer's lost. And that's an important note especially for designer. So even if you lose your cognitive function, you lose your memory, but you always have you always search the beauty, you always search the grace and harmony. I'll show you something about our approach. So some guidelines, let's say, some guideline that we gave us to approach any project related with this topic. Excellence, if we want to get the excellence, is always a shared goal. It's a result of a teamwork. It's not something that comes by just one person. So the idea of creating a team in which you involve people with Alzheimer's, caregivers, therapists, and all the citizens talking together, that's where you can get the best result and so the excellence. Then we have the centrality of each person within a community. That means that the person is important, has to be always a central position, but a central position considering that it's part of a community, it's part of a team, like we say before. That's especially work for a designer. To do a good project, it's better to do a step back. So to understand better, to see better, to listen better, to have more opportunity to develop step by step, together with all the actors, a better project. That's an important suggestion for designer that sometimes come with a solution that it's like a kind of top-down solution. If we don't want to call a bottom-up, we can call a flat solution developed together. Well, all of us, we know that those kind of spaces are strictly related worldwide by a strict regulation. But regulation can guarantee safety, but never can guarantee a quality of life. So regulation should be the first base from which we have to develop an evolving system related to the new experience of people, of user. We work with people with a different sensitivity, and that has to be very clear. So the schedule, the timetable, this kind of organization doesn't fit with the needs of an extraordinary sensitivity or an extraordinary people. Things like eat or do the normal action of everyday life has to be done when and now are needed. Otherwise, become a problem, not a useful things. So that we have to provide a perpetual state of well-being for the people involved. The loss of space and temporal orientation is one of the big problems for the people with Alzheimer, both indoor, outdoor, private or public space. That is a different level, but the problem of getting lost is very important. So design can be useful in these issues in two directions. First direction is to help to understanding where we are and in time and space. And the second is, in case we get lost, to navigate to a comfort zone, to a safe area. So different area of design can be extremely helpful on that direction. despite a long tradition in different studies, in different disciplines, colors are individual perception, not rules. And so this has to be very important in talking with our user, talking about our user, because we have always to think that we need the possibility to manage and calibrate the power of color according to the different needs of every person involved. And then space is important. We are always talking about space or the surrounding, the context, not just because we live there, we stay there, but also because it's where the look lies, where our eyes lies. And that's inevitable. Even if we don't want, if we are in a place, we are looking the place, and the reaction is very important. If it is important for us, it's more extremely important for the person with Alzheimer. So imagine if you have to stay some weeks light on the bed, your ceiling became your scenario, your landscape. So it has to be treated with a right dignity, with a proper level of quality to give the proper level of dignity to the user. This was the first project that we did 15 years ago, and I showed the picture just to show you how the people can be involved, how the people can be involved with their content, their energy, and it's important to create a set of conditions, we say, so a space, object, lies, and people and relation that make people feel useful, alive, able to do something. And that was how the patient called the name. So the room where things happen, because it was the place in which they liked to go. They came with pleasure and with interest. And this is, I want to share with you this because that was one of the the biggest satisfaction that I had working in this field.
Thank you, Professor Biamonti. I think that even though a lot of people talking about the future with uncertainty, but the aging issue is something with certainty. We know that no matter how old we are, probably in the future, this issue you mentioned in your presentation will be something ourselves or our parents or our relatives have to face. So thank you for your in-depth research presentation, and hope we have further opportunities to have more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now this is the end of this panel, and I will...
Okay.
Thank you, Shachi.
Okay,
so next will be your time.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks to Dr. Zhong and all the speakers of panel Futures Empowerment. Next, we will have the last keynote of this conference given by Carl DeSalvo. Professor DeSalvo is the Associate Professor of School of Interactive Computing, Georgia Institute of Technology, and the member of the editorial board of Design Issues. So now let's welcome Professor DeSalvo.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes? Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to start sharing my screen then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm assuming that you can see the slide. Okay.
Maybe you can change the your screen with another one. Now I can see your notes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's this?
Oh, okay, it works.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. It's a pleasure and an honor, especially given all of the other people who have spoken over the last 2 weekends. So I wanted to end by talking a bit about speculative design and its relationship to the future, and to give a talk that was perhaps inspirational and also asking us to think perhaps differently about the ways in which we practice speculation in our design work. So I think it's fair to say that we are in a point in the world where we need different futures. Wherever we live around the world, there is problems, and these problems need to be addressed. And addressing these problems will require us to imagine different ways in which we might structure the future. The challenge is if we want different futures, we also need to change how we design. So part of this entire conference is based upon the idea of design futures, the idea that as designers, we contribute to what our imagination of the future might be and to pathways to get to the future. But if we want different futures, right, we may have to design differently, because the present that we have now is very much a result of the design that we've done up to this point. So one of the questions that interests me very greatly is, how do we design differently in order to get to different futures? I want to begin by saying that design has always been about futures, right? Since its very beginning, design has been about futures. In many ways, this is because design is separate from production. And this may be one of the things that distinguishes between design and craft. And yet there are those designers who are particularly interested in the future. And for those designers, they often engage in what we call speculative design. And that will be where I'm grounding my discussion today. Right? When we think about speculative design, there are many designers who have been involved in this, but we often think particularly and most currently of the work of Anthony Dunn and Fiona Raby. So Dunn and Raby coined the term critical design, from which they have gone on to now talk about the idea of speculative design. And while there are many, many people practicing speculative design, I think it works for this talk, right, a shorter talk, to focus specifically on the work of Dunn and Raby as an introduction to understanding what is distinctive about speculative design as a design practice. So for instance, let me share with you one of my favorite Dunn and Raby projects. This project is not new, right? This project is now over a decade old, but in its simplicity, it is a fantastic example of what speculative design is and is not. In this project, Technological Dream Series, Dunn and Raby explored what the future of our lives with robots might be. There are actually many people who are exploring this question. I work at an engineering institute, and in the same building that I'm in, there are engineers and computer scientists who are also exploring what our future lives with robots will look like. What Dunn and Raby do that's distinctive is they explore that not as engineers and computer scientists. They're not trying to build complicated mechanisms. They're not trying to write complicated algorithms. They're trying to imagine the future through products, through the kinds of things that designers make, through the kinds of things that we live with every day. And so what they provide us in this project are not sophisticated mechatronic things that move around the environment using all sorts of amazing technologies, but simple things that fit, however, within the ways that we imagine our world. And so their robots are quite strange. We get robots like this a circular robot that scoots along the floor and interacts with us in odd ways. We get robots like we see here, robots that you pick up and look into in order to interact with, or robots that we lean down and listen to that look quite a bit like a television or a computer monitor on a set of wheels that move around the room. These are odd kinds of robots. What they are, though, is they're speculations on how we might live together with these intelligent machines, not as fantastic technologies, but as fantastic products and services, the kinds of things that designers make. One of the things that's distinctive about speculative design, though, is that it's not about futures only, right? What I want to call our attention to, and what will be important in our discussion today, is what makes speculative design distinctive is not a focus on futures. What makes speculative design distinctive is its willingness to remain as concept. So let me explain that. What you see here, right, are chairs. And on the left is a sketch of a chair. And for those of us who are designers now, or were trained as designers, we may have made hundreds of these sorts of things. Sketches of chairs, sketches of coffee cups, sketches of houses, sketches of interfaces. These sketches were the concepts for what the chair would be. If you are Karim Rashid or another kind of traditional product designer, that concept, that sketch goes from what it is on the left to what it is on the right. The concept becomes made into a product. And what I would argue is that this is one of the standard ways that we think about design work. There's a progression or a presumed progression in design from the concept to the product that is made and distributed and then consumed. And what distinguishes speculative design in its characterization of engagement with the future is that it is okay to remain at concept. And it remains at concept as a thought tool for us to consider what the future might be. And this is a different way of thinking about and doing design than the standard way, which assumes a progression from concept to manufacturing, to product, to consumption. And so we end up with these kinds of strange robots that Dunn and Raby make, and many other sorts of speculative design products, right? That fundamentally come down to the production of objects and representations, but go no further. They stay in the realm of concept. And this is the work of speculative design, to provide us with a concept that we can consider how we might live in these conditions. What I want to talk about, though, is a move in speculative design from objects to events. And I believe that this is an important move if we want to get to different futures. And I believe it's a move that changes the ways in which we do design. So I'm not the only one who's thinking about these kinds of things like events. I know that Stuart Candy spoke earlier, and he's been quite involved in the idea of experiential futures. There are other researchers such as Chris Eldson, who's talked about speculative enactments. My interest in events comes from my perspective as a designer and a design scholar. But I want to acknowledge that there's others who are also doing this, some from the perspective of futures, some from the perspective of human-computer interaction. I want to begin by actually telling you what's important, and then I'm going to give you some examples of this. But what is important, when we move from object to event, it brings participation into the endeavor of speculation. And what happens is it is not the individual designer in her studio envisioning what the future is and then making objects and representations of it. It is instead collectives. It is instead a communal effort We speculate together. When we move from object to event, we speculate together. And this is important because when we speculate together, two things happen. When we speculate together, our role as designers change and our futures change too. Let me give you some examples that we can talk through. This is a project by the Extrapolation Factory. It's one of my favorite projects to talk about, called 99-cent Futures. The Extrapolation Factory actually works with other futurists. I know they've worked with Stewart in the past. They were both students of Dunn and Raby. What really distinguishes the Extrapolation Factory is that they're interested in how speculation happens in public, how it becomes not something that occurs just in museums, just something with expensive products and services, but becomes everyday. And for the 99-cent project, what they explored was, what might cheap futures look like? We often think of futures as these grand things, right? They're systems, they're shiny objects that are expensive, right? They are put into special places. In the United States, a 99-cent store is where you go to buy the cheapest of things, right? It is where you go to buy things that are inexpensive. And the only thing that gathers all of those products together is the fact that they are inexpensive, that they cost less than $1. And so what the Extrapolation Factory was interested in is, what might cheap futures look like? How can we use speculation to imagine a different kind of future that's not bespoke, but in many ways is everyday? And if you look closely at the outside of this 99-cent store, right, you'll see, right, the futures cone there in neon. So what they did is they designed a series of products. We'll look at them in a second, but not only did they design them, they actually went and put them into the store. So they went beyond creating objects and representations. Yes, there are objects, but they're actually put into the environment. And so you could walk into the store and encounter these 99-cent futures next to the cheap laundry detergents and the cheap baskets and the cheap soaps. Right? The encounter with the future became an event. Not just that the encounter with the future became an event, but actually the creation of these futures became an event that was done together. So members of the Extrapolation Factory worked together. They brought together a group of people, and they held a workshop in which they created these cheap futures collectively. And you see one of the futures frameworks that they use for doing that here on the wall. And so they brought people together, not all of whom were designers, some everyday people, some young people, some old people, some who were designers, many who were not. And they gathered together materials from existing 99-cent stores, and they spent the day collaboratively creating what these future products would be. And so here's an example of one of them. It's called the currency converter. I actually have no real idea what this does, right? It's a product that came into the imagination from a collaborative process in which designers and non-designers work together to glue and tape these existing things that were already made in the world, to imagine that they might be something else, and to imagine that they might be something else cheap. And they didn't just make one or two of these, right? They made dozens of these together in this collective process. And then they took that collective process and they brought it into the store. And so we see in this case, this idea of speculating together, this idea of moving from the focus being on the object to the event. The event of making together, right? And the event of encountering futures together out in the world through a simple activity of shopping. Let me give you another thing to talk about. This one is a little bit different, a little bit further out there. This is a project by designers Åsa Stahl and Christina Lindström called Plastic Glomerate Walk. So this idea of plastic glomerate needs a bit of explanation. Plastic glomerate is itself a speculation on a future kind of rock. It is a rock that is made when plastic pollution from the ocean meets with high temperatures, either from fires on the shore or from thermal streams in the ocean, and fuses together. And what these geologists speculated was we will see more and more of these rocks as we deal with more and more of the effects of climate change. And what's fascinating about this is here is this new kind of material that exists in the world, or is suggested to exist in the world, because of human action. It itself is a speculation. Stahl and Lindström were interested in understanding how do we live in the midst of climate change? What will it be like to encounter these new kinds of materials that are made through human accident and error? And so what they did as designers is they organized a series of walks in which they brought together artists and designers, scientists and everyday people, and they walked different shores in Scandinavia trying to find these plastic glomerate rocks. And they collected debris that they found, sometimes, a lot of times, trash along the ways. And they brought that back together and they looked at it and they began to examine these kinds of materials that are going to be more and more present in our Anthropocenic futures. And they even went so far as to construct their own plastic glomerate rocks on the seashore, making fires in the evening, melting together the plastic that they found with the rocks upon the shore to create these kinds of hybrid materials, these kinds of plastic rock things that never existed before, but from their perspective and others are going to become part of our future. Here again, we see this activity of speculation resulting in an object, but being much more than an object. What was left afterwards, as with the 99-cent futures, is the documentation, the stories that are told, the experiences that we hold on to from having participated in these events. I want to go back to what I said at the beginning and begin to talk about why this matters, right? So remember, my argument is that moving from object to event brings participation into the endeavor of speculation. In the 99-cent futures, in the plastic glomerate walks, it's more than just the designers and their imagination and creativity. It is an activity of speculation that we do through togetherness. What is important is even in this context, right? The event remains a concept. It's not as if those 99-cent futures are actually going out into the world. It's not as if they are actually creating a store that sells futures. It's not as if on the plastic glomerate walks, they are actually scientists who are looking for these rocks, right? Rather, the speculative event remains a concept that is about experiencing what the future might be. And in that ability to remain as a concept, it gives us the space for imagination. What happens in this process that's important is that speculation becomes a form of social inquiry. And by social inquiry, I mean two things. I mean social in two ways at the same time. One way is it becomes social because it's about how we live together. It's a social topic, right? Shopping, consuming, creating, cheap, environment, climate change. These are social topics, right? These are topics that are about our communal experience. So it becomes an inquiry into the social. But it's also social because it is a collaborative activity. It is social in the way that we do it. For the 99-cent futures, Extrapolation Factory brought together people into a workshop to make together. And then it brought together people into the actual 99-cent store to experience. In the Plasticlomerate Walk, Stahl and Lindstrom brought together people to walk the shores and have those experiences and that discussion. So it's a social inquiry in that it's an inquiry about the social, and it's a social inquiry in that the activity of inquiry itself is social. John Dewey referred to this as conjoint communicated experience. This idea of doing things together in which we produce memories, right, that then we share with one another and that we share out with the world. As I mentioned before, my argument is that when we engage in this, when we speculate together, our role as designers change and our futures change too. And this is important because, as I said, we need different futures, but in order to get to those different futures, we need to change the way in which we design. Let me go into a bit of detail on each of these. When we speculate together, our role as designers change. How did they change? Yes, we are still makers. The designers are still making things, right? Some of those things are objects, some of those things are events. But our role as designers change in two other ways. We also become educators. And not just the kind of educators that many of us are, where we're educating design students in a studio, right? But we're holding workshops that bring together people who are not designers, and we are educating them about the processes of speculation. Or we're holding workshops where we bring together people who do not know about climate change or the effects of climate change or the environment, and we're educating them about how these factors interact with one another. We're also learners, and this is something that we forget often as designers, right? We're not necessarily experts in these environments, and this is one of the things that importantly changes our role. We learn throughout these collaborative processes. Yes, we are educating others, but they are also educating us. And in that process of educating us, it changes our role. It takes away some of the authority of the designer. And we too become novices learning from those that we are collaborating with. And what I believe is important about this is it makes us humble. It begins to say, what are the ways in which design engages in the world and engages in futures that isn't about claiming authority or a power, but is about a kind of humility with others. Our futures change too, right? Our futures become dependent, right? We are not in control. They become dependent upon who shows up to participate. They become dependent upon what gets washed up on the shore. They become dependent upon the creativity of others. And as such, those futures are always incomplete, right? They're always incomplete because as designers, we're not doing this on our own. It's cooperative, right? It's a sense in which we have to do this in concert with others. And because of that, we can never be sure or even strive to think that the futures that we are creating are whole in and of themselves. What I would say is that because these futures are dependent, incomplete, and cooperative, they are also in a way not deterministic, right, but hopeful. They provide us a space in which change and growth can happen, in which the future is not determined, and certainly not determined by designers, but something that comes out of a kind of communal effort. And so in summary, what I want to suggest is that as we think about the role of design and the role of speculation in creating futures, it's worth thinking about a move from objects to events and what that means. And in that process, how we pursue speculation as a form of social inquiry, an inquiry about the social and an inquiry that we do through social means. The result of this is that our role as designers change. We are faced with needing to become more humble, and our futures change as well too, because they are dependent, because they are incomplete, right? Because they are cooperative, they're also hopeful. And with that, I will say thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor DeSalvo, for your in-depth sharing about speculative design together. Thank you so much. And for now, all the keynotes and panels of the conference have been finished. At the end of today, let's welcome Professor Fu Zhiyong to close the conference. Professor Fu. Here. It's your turn.
轮到您了。
Can you share your screen?
副教授能不能跟我们分享一下您的屏幕？
Okay. So, okay. Hello, everyone, and thanks. Sorry, I need to.共享才能把这个声音关掉。我先停止共享一下。
Okay.
Okay, I think I'm back. So thanks all our audience and our speaker, our panelists. So it's time to close our panel, but actually it's partly to close this conference because we still have another day for Ideas Lab. So this conference is organized by Tsinghua University, hosted by China-Italy Design Innovation Hub, and many thanks our partner from Carnegie Mellon University and Polytech di Milano to co-organize this conference. And this our general chair, Professor Yang Bin, the vice president of Tsinghua University, and also Jinliang Li, the dean of China-Italy Design Innovation Hub, to support this conference. So I'm very happy to co-organize this conference with Professor Peter Skupli from Carnegie Mellon University, and also Anna Babla from Polytech di Milano. So we spend, I think we plan for 1 year, but use about 3 months to organize this very successful conference. So we have 8 keynote speakers. I think because the online conference make this happen, and we have because the time issue, maybe I not introduce each of them their concept, but I just discuss briefly about who gave the keynote. Professor Cai Jun from Tsinghua gave the first keynote about the future thinking, and Clever also talk about to predict the future, but how to help us to create it. So my point more focused on the data futures, because I work with Peter Skupli on the design futures. It's another online class. So we work together to, I think in the future, we will provide the online class. And thanks Babla. So today gave us his keynote, and also Tushan from Tsinghua University. Professor Zhang Li discussed the speculative turn and also the Carl, and discussed the speculative from the object to events. So thanks all the keynote, and we also have 4 panels and 6 panelists give us the talk. We have the Wu-Yan, we have the Giovanna, we have the Bruce, Christopher in the first panel to discuss the future exploration. In the panel 2, Professor Fei Jun, Susan, Terry, and also Bruce Stephen give their speak on future theory. So in the third panel, the topic is the futures trend. Arnold, Stuart, Julian, Nick, give the talk about the future trends. And the last panel is futures empowerment, how to use the future thinking to empower the current society. I think the John Burin and Babla, Professor Liu Xin, also the Alexander give us their case study about the design futures. So I should deliver my thanks to all the panel chair, Cheng Shuxin, Shi Danqing, Xue Haian, and also Zhong Fang to chair the different panel. So inside this conference, we have a very special ideas lab. So all those ideas lab is conducted by our young experts. So we have the idea first, speculating futures, which the moderator is Xia Qing. She also our moderator of the whole conference. We have the 4 discussion leader, and we have the second idea slide, which named Future Education, which chaired by Li Yin. We have 4 different speakers discuss about their experience in the design education. I think tomorrow there will be another 2 Ideas Lab, Future Communication, which guided by Julian, and another Future Cities, which chaired by Chen Yu. So I want to show the number, the audience number. So we have I think we have more than 55,000 audience during the first weekend. So because we still count the number for today and tomorrow. So basically, I think we have more than 15,000 audience online to join us. So I think this number show this is very successful conference. So one more thing about is the schedule for tomorrow. So but it's provided by Chinese. I think all the Chinese audience should join us. It's the very interesting Ideas Live. So another thing is we will provide the online course, as Peter Scooply talked in his keynote. So this will be the online course, and we will provide the open source class. And I think it will be the next year during the spring. So I should thank all our committee member and also as the whole team who support this conference. Also include the media, and we will organize another exhibition and all our committee member to make this this online conference successful. We have the Zoom, and also we have the some platform to spread this conference all over the. I think also I should say it's all over the world. We have the different platform like the YouTube to broadcast this online conference. And I also need thanks Xia Qing, who chaired this, who the moderator of this conference, and she also the main guy who connect every keynote speaker, every panelist, make this conference successful. Okay, so I hope we can meet again next year. So thanks all the panelists, all the speakers, and all the audience. Okay. Okay. So.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's close. 会议结束了。
宋老师，我们可以关闭直播间。宋老师，我们可以关闭直播间。